Yay!
Yay! Yay! Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order for Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024. Pursuant, this is the notice of option to recess into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.02. Notice is hereby given to the members of the commission and to the general public that at this meeting, the commission
be in
may
them.
vote. I'm sorry. The commission may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public. And we would do that for legal advice and discussion with the commission's attorney on any item listed on this following agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3. And now I'll have roll call.
Carol Mandino,
Present.
Bob Harris,
Present.
Christine Sheehy,
Present.
CJ Luck,
Present.
Mary Norton,
Present.
Ian Sharp,
Present.
Megan Weller.
Present.
Thank you. Public comment. So, at this time, any member of the public may address the commission on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled before the commission today. Due to open meeting laws, the commission cannot discuss or act on items presented during this portion of the agenda. To address the commission on an item that is not, to address the commission that on an item that is on the agenda, please wait for me to call for public comment at the time the item is heard. Right now, I do have one public comment for this portion from Elsa Erling. If you would please come up and give your name and address. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elsa Erling. My address is 997 East Pine Knoll Ave. I'm the associate planner for comprehensive planning for the city. And I'm happy to announce that the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan 2045 is now available for the 60-day public review on the website www.flagstaff.az.gov/regionalplan2045. As you know, the city and county both contribute to and adopt this plan for Flagstaff and the surrounding communities of Doney Park, Timberline, Fernwood, Kachina, Mountain Air, Belmont, and Fort Valley. Commenting in the next 60 days will guide what is placed on next year's November 2025 ballot. There are several different ways to participate between now and December 19th. We held an opening webinar on October 21st and have posted the video to the city's YouTube page. For those that missed it, there will also be a closing webinar on December 14th. You can participate in topical plan workshops between November 13th to 18th. At these workshops, we will provide a presentation and collaborative activities to gather feedback. If you'd like more of a one-on-one opportunity, you can join us for office hours. These events, you can have a conversation about whatever aspects of the plan you would like to discuss with city planning staff. And you can post comments on the Conveo website, which is hosted by Coconino County. This allows you to put comments and pins on the document and maps and respond to each other's feedback. You can also send a comment letter to the project's contacts. And you can invite planners to a meeting you're hosting for an organization or group. As we are engaged in this significant project milestone, we want to thank the members of the Regional Plan Committee for all their hard work in reviewing the draft plan over 15 meetings and their consistent preparation, open communication. Thank you to the City Council, the Board of Supervisors, the Planning and Zoning Commission for their continued support in reaching out to the community and supporting this process. We look forward to working with you at the plan retreat this spring and reporting on the feedback from the 60-day public review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to make public comment? Not seeing anybody at this time. We'll go to the, I'm sorry.
This would be public comment for items not on the agenda.
Correct. Anybody would like to make public comment for items not on the agenda? Anybody online? No? Okay. Then we'll move on to the approval of the minutes from October 9th, 2024.
I move to approve the minutes from Wednesday, October 9th as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been the motion was made and seconded. Are there any questions or comments? Yes.
I just had a clarification on number 6. My intent was to have it come back to us about the population percentage cutoffs so that we could have a discussion as a group, because I'd like, hopefully, to propose that we send something to the council about changing that population percentage cutoff to 100,000 people.
Okay, is that a change to the minutes then? Or
Well,
just a
the
note?
motion was as written. Do we
Right, the
wanna-
motion was as written, so I'm asking you, was that a change to the minutes or do you just want that noted?
Noted by staff.
Yes.
would you like the minutes changed?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so there, there has been a motion to approve the minutes as written. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. The minutes are approved. At this point, we'll move into the public hearing. And it's a direct to ordinance zoning map amendment request from Schnell and Wilmer LLP on behalf of the applicant, Atlantic Development and Investments LLC, to rezone approximately 13.96 acres located at 4631 South Lake Mary Road from the estate residential ER zone within the resource protection overlay zone to the high density residential zone within the RPO.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Ben Mejia. I'm a planner with the City of Flagstaff. To repeat what you just said, for your consideration today, we have a direct to ordinance zoning map amendment for Lake Mary housing filed by Snell and Wilmer on behalf of Atlantic Development and Investments. I've never been told that in my life. All right. Can you hear me now? Perfect. All right. Should I take it from the top? Okay. My name is Ben Mejia. I'm a planner with the City of Flagstaff. For your consideration tonight, we have a direct ordinance zoning map amendment for Lake Mary housing filed by Snell and Wilmer on behalf of their client, Atlantic Development and Investments. The subject site is 4631 South Lake Mary Road on an existing 13.96 acre vacant parcel in the ER zone within the resource protection overlay. The proposal is to rezone to HR, or high density residential, within the resource protection overlay to allow for 202 residential units, of which 162 will be market rate and 40 will be category 1 affordable units. To put this site in context, to the north, directly to the north, is a light industrial parcel that is currently a manufactured home park with a development plan approval for a mini storage warehousing project. To the east, or really northeast across Lake Mary, is Frontier Home Sites subdivision zoned rural residential. Directly east, and kind of wrapping around, in fact, this whole area is kind of an island inside of Coconino National Forest in the public lands forest zoning category. To the west are single family residences, and a little bit farther west is a manufactured home park, both of which are in rural residential. I'll also add that the orange on the screen is existing high density residential. It is not inside of the resource protection overlay and has the full development capacity of the zone. So the proposed density, as we already mentioned, 202 units. In the HR zone, there is an allowance for 10 to 22 units per acre in the resource protection overlay outside of an activity center. However, this is a zoning map amendment or a rezone, and the first finding is regional plan conformance. So we've reviewed the regional plan. This site is in existing suburban neighborhood area type, and that has a density range of 2 to 13 units per acre. So the effective density range for this site with this rezoning classification is 10 to 13 units per acre. So going to what is being proposed, once again, 202 units, 162 market rate, 40 are affordable units. Now we do have incentives for affordable units, and they're proposing a 20% or the 20% category of incentive, affordable incentive. But let's break down the calculations for the density. 13.96 acre site by 13 units per acre. The maximum range for just by that alone is 181 units. 181 units, 20% of 181 units is a minimum of 36 affordable units. However, they are proposing 40. So they're meeting that 20% category, which affords them a 45% density bonus. That gives them an additional 81 units, which do not get counted against them per the regional plan cap at 13 units per acre. And that gives them a total of 262 allowed units, and they are proposing 202. Go a little bit further detail of the affordable housing incentive. They're providing 20% at a minimum, 20% category 1 affordable units. It's a minimum of 36 units, proposed 40. So I say that proposed 40 because technically that's 22%. And that's the same density bonus allowance that allows them to take 5 or more incentives from our affordable housing incentive code, section of the code. They're using 1, and that is the density bonus, which gives them that 45% increase. And for clarification on what category 1 affordable housing is, that is, it serves up to 80% area median income, or AMI, and it provides permanent affordability through both rental and ownership opportunities. This is a rental project. There'll be rental units. So I got a little creative in PowerPoint, and I added some highlights on the 3-story buildings in what I thought was purple, but kind of looks pink. It is representing the difference between the two heights of the building types that they're using. They have 2- and 3-story apartment buildings that are being used. The applicant refers to them as townhome style and a multifamily style unit. The hockey stick type structure to the rear of the site is their multifamily style, and the remaining structures are their townhome style, and that breaks up the massing by having some of these units in these townhome style, smaller structures, smaller buildings. The majority of actually the entirety of the buildings along Lake Mary are 2-story. You can see in my hot pink highlighter that the 3-story structures are mostly located to the rear of the parcel. We also have these townhomes kind of side facing to break up the massing along Lake Mary. And the unit mix was provided from 1 to 3 bedroom units, the majority of which are 1 and 2 bedroom units. We can also see that they are meeting and actually exceeding in most areas, actually I think all areas, the setbacks for the HR zone. The HR zone requires a minimum of a front setback of 10 feet, a side setback of 5 feet, and a 15-foot rear setback. They've quite reasonably and exceedingly put, I think it's the minimum of like around 53 feet from the closest point of the building to the rear setback, except where there's an amenity building, and that still is outside of that 15-foot setback. So site design, the entirety of the site is kind of has internal pedestrian connectivity with 3.5-foot sidewalks. All of the parking is either in garages or surface parking is provided kind of internal to the site, kind of in compliance with our building forward standards. And they are providing right turn lanes at both entrances. The site is accessed in both locations off of Lake Mary. Still getting creative in PowerPoint. Excuse my color palette choices. There are 12 different residential building types. The majority of them, of the buildings that are being used, and I believe it's 26 buildings, residential buildings. The majority of the building types being used are type 1 and type 2. Those are 4 and 5 unit townhome style buildings. Then we have some fewer of the larger structures being utilized here. And then type 12, the larger multifamily structure is at the rear. And we're going to go through the elevations quickly, but you can see that the elevations show compliance with our architectural design standards using primary and secondary materials appropriately. The kind of the weighting of those materials are appropriately. We want the masonry at the bottom, but it's primarily lap siding and masonry for exterior materials. The paint selection is muted and meets our LRV standards, except for the trim. And that's the type 12, that's the large multifamily structure. The heights are kind of ranging between approximately 30 feet and 45 feet at the highest point. At the time of site plan approval, there were some different language in the code, and we referred to open space and civic space for residential projects. At this time, we instead of open space, we say common space. So there's a little bit of discrepancy between what you might see on their application and what we now refer to it as. But it is the same requirement of 15% of the lot area. They're providing 19% common space, and that's where the majority of their amenities are. Also at that time, we did require civic space. We no longer require this of residential only projects, and that civic space requirement was 5% of the lot area. The site is in the resource protection overlay. We do have a resource protection plan. They're proposing 54% preservation rate. Residential requires a minimum of 50%. You can see that the tree resources that are being preserved are mostly in the southern portion of the site, kind of clustered together in a amenity area or a common space area. And there are no steep slopes or floodplain on the site. The steep slopes that are visible do not meet the dimensional requirements to be preserved. With the site plan was an approved preliminary landscape plan. Landscape plans get finalized in civil review, but you'll see here kind of additional peripheral buffer area and landscape plantings in areas adjacent to existing neighbors. You'll see really almost a kind of a wall of these tree resources or landscape trees. Additionally here, the northern boundary, going around. Going into public systems impact analyses, rezoning cases require impact studies. We had a traffic impact statement, stormwater and water and wastewater impact analyses. The traffic impact statement, sorry, estimated peak hour trip generation of 81 vehicles per hour in the morning and 99 vehicles per hour in the afternoon. That is the lowest classification of study. Typically more than this would warrant a traffic impact statement, but one was only done because of this rezoning case. A drainage impact analysis was performed to study the existing and proposed conditions and found that the proposed stormwater system of a retention basin and a detention basin towards the north or the front of the site was sufficient to handle a 100-year, 24-hour storm event. Water and wastewater impact analysis was also completed. That was in August of 2022. And the site is identified within an urban growth boundary, which means that it can be served by city utilities. However, it does not have sewer. This neighborhood does not have existing sewer systems, and there's a reason for that. The engineering standards don't allow for the adoption of a pressurized sewer system, and since this is at a low point, any sewer going out is going to need to be pumped out. So this project would provide for a pressurized sewer system, and kind of hot on the trails of this application is also city staff working on a text amendment that would allow the adoption of pressurized systems. And then this would be able to hopefully in time be adopted by the city. But as for the water, there is existing water. It needs to be extended onto the site and looped. As a rezone, there's also a development agreement. The primary discussion points of the development agreement are the administration of the affordable housing units, as well as the city and developer obligations for public improvements to water and wastewater systems. They did hold neighborhood meetings. Now, don't be alarmed by the dates. This application did originally start in, I believe it was 2021, but the first neighborhood meeting was November 10th, 2022. And then they had their second neighborhood meeting March 15th, 2023. And since then, pretty much the majority of the challenge here is that sewer system is the infrastructural requirements for the project. Both meetings had approximately 25 to 30 attendance, and the primary concerns were traffic, incompatibility with surrounding development, and potential impacts to nature and wildlife. And I do know that the applicant also held like a recap meeting. I think it was about 2 weeks ago, last week? Okay, last week. And that's not part of the neighborhood meeting process, but they did do that nonetheless, since it's been some time since the last neighborhood meeting. Now, zoning map amendments require that 3 findings are met. The first being the proposed amendment is consistent with and conforms to the goals of the general plan and any applicable specific plans. There's no specific plan applicable here. Sorry. The proposed amendment will not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city, and will add to the public good as described in the general plan, and the affected site is physically suitable in terms of design, location, shape, size, operating characteristics, and the provision of public and emergency vehicles, access and public services and utilities, to ensure that the requested zone designation and the proposed or anticipated uses and or development will not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the property or improvements in the vicinity in which the property is located. So the first finding, conformance with the general plan. As we already discussed when we were talking about the density, this is an existing suburban neighborhood area type. The density has been kind of calibrated to the maximum allowed through the regional plan, and bonus units do not count towards the density. Community benefits and public good. They're proposing 40 units of category 1 affordable housing. It's 80% AMI and 162 market rate. Sewer service is extended to an area that is currently unserved by the city sewer system. Ooh. And the site is physically suitable. It meets the applicable codes and requirements. The site plan was approved on December 22nd, 2022, subject to the direct to ordinance zoning map amendment. And it mitigates any impacts determined by impact analyses. So the impact studies were completed and the offsite improvements required for water and sewer extension and edge improvements along Lake Mary are all included. That staff recommends the commission forward the request to city council with a recommendation of approval in accordance with the findings and subject to the following conditions. Those conditions are that the subject property must be developed in accordance with the approved site planning, the conditions of approval dated December 22nd, 2022. Modifications other than minor modifications to the approved site plan will require an amendment to this direct to ordinance zoning map amendment request. All other requirements of the zoning code and other city codes, ordinances, and regulations shall be met by the proposed development. All terms, conditions, and restrictions detailed within the Lake Mary Housing Development Agreement must be fully satisfied. And in the event the property is rezoned, oh man. Whew. In the event, where was I? Oh, sorry. In the event the property is rezoned and the developer fails to obtain final civil plan approval within 2 years of the effective date of the rezoning ordinance, then the city may schedule a public hearing before the city council for the purpose of causing the zoning on the property to revert to the former classification of estate residential in accordance with ARS 9462.01. Civil plan approval will not be granted until the following conditions. Precedent. I've never experienced this in my life. It's a weird experience. Precedent are met. The developer obtains the required approvals from the National Forest Service to locate the pressurized sewer line in the National Forest Service property. And the Flagstaff City Code is amended to allow the installation and connection of public pressurized sewer systems. So that's it for me. I do know that the applicant does have a presentation for you as well. But if you do have questions for staff, I also provided scattered across the room are my emotional support staff members to help me answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the good presentation. And do commission members have questions for staff? Yes, Mary.
Could you talk a little bit more about the pressurized sewer system and why it hasn't been utilized in the city thus far? What are the downfalls? Yeah, as far as
Commissioner,
this being
there's a reason I'm not an engineer, but I think that largely it's got something to do with the fact that it requires more moving parts and more maintenance. That is probably the reason, but we do have Jackson Salazar. He's emotional support staff #1 from Water Services who might be able to provide more detail.
And secondly, Ben, could you talk a little bit about, just kind of for the record, and so we understand the notice of community meetings and how that procedure works as far as notifying the surrounding residents? There seemed to, and I was going through some of the notes as far as, proper notification, time frame of notification. Is the city responsible for those community meeting notifications, or does the applicant take on that role? Could you clarify that procedure
Can-
for us?
Do you want that first? Because the staff member was coming up to talk about the other.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were going to have an answer to the other question.
Yes, so,
I brought Jackson up.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
yes, hold on.
Hello, my name is Jackson Salazar. I'm a project manager with Water Services. Could you repeat that question just so it's fresh for me?
Yeah, could you just talk a little bit about the pressurized sewer system and why it hasn't been used to date in the city and what the pros and cons are of
Yeah,
it?
definitely. So basically the main reason it hasn't been used this far in the city is that the vast majority of Flagstaff is serviceable by gravity sewer. So because of that, There's only a few developable parcels kind of on the south side of Flagstaff that are outside of the kind of gravity watershed or sewer shed for our treatment plants. And this is one of those areas. Historically, all pressurized sewer has been handled in one-off decisions. So that's why we're looking to update the code to allow for pressurized sewer in the future um, in a well-informed way so that we're not making one-off decisions on every every time it comes up.
Thank you, appreciate that.
So I'll address the pressurized sewer. I have a business off of Caden Court, and all those businesses in there are pressurized because we're below industrial. And they do have problems. There's one currently now that's backing up because they're not maintaining it. So it can be a problem, but they're challenges that engineers can fix.
Definitely. Yeah, there is more moving parts and more maintenance and more costs associated with that maintenance. So that's why gravity sewer is, that's our go-to. It's the way we want to do things. But when we have these developable areas that we can't service any other way, that's where the city is looking to step in and take ownership, at least of the stuff in the right of way.
The multifamily development that's north, just north, how is that one being served, or will it be served?
So that is planned to be served by the same pressurized sewer as this development. There will be most likely a shared lift station and then a force main that both developments use. And then it's also going to be sized to accommodate the rest of that neighborhood that's existing out there.
Any other questions for this issue? Thank you very
Yep.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, did you? Oh, I'm sorry, Jay, I looked over at you and then I didn't see you had a question.
I guess I had a follow-up question on the sewer going through the Forest Service. Can we have a little more information on that? Has the Forest Service been reached out to, or they been coordinated with, or how's that going to work?
So we're looking to amend our special use permit with the Forest Service that basically covers all of our infrastructure that's on Forest Service lands. So that process has been started. I think there has been some meetings, but I don't have all the details on kind of what the developers have been working on as far as that.
Yeah, I guess my concern is the Forest Service is notoriously slow for those kinds of things. I just wonder how long that'll take.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but I have also heard that they take a long time historically to make these kind of decisions. So I definitely expect it to take some time.
Mary, you have another
I'm just-
question?
I'm just going to tag on to that comment. So is it not required then that the Forest Service approve that this pressurized sewer system run through their parcel prior to this all moving forward?
I mean, it is going to be a requirement for civil plan approval. So basically, if we don't get civil plan approval, nothing else is going to be allowed to move forward. So it will be a requirement for this development.
Any other questions? All right, then Mary, you had a second question. If you'll restate it again?
Yes, this was for Ben, if you could explain the notification of the community meetings process.
The neighborhood meetings. Yeah, so a citizen participation plan or neighborhood meeting plan is provided by the applicant to staff. It's reviewed. Among that is reviewed the buffer area of property owners that are included. The minimum is 300 feet. This applicant provided notification to an 1,100-foot buffer area for property owners. And part of that assessment is whether they provide a mailing list and we verify the names on that mailing, and then also a sign is put on site.
So the applicant did the mailing for the community meeting, and then does the city or the applicant do the notification for these public hearings such as today?
The same process essentially. Staff reviews the draft of the letters and the sign, and then tells the applicant to mail them and post them.
Yes, CJ.
I had a question about the mobile home park across the street that you said was zoned or was going to be made into storage?
So not across
No.
the street, directly northwest.
And,
Of
and
the
what's
site,
going to happen with the residents there? Are they going to continue on or?
I do not have specific information about the, so we're talking about, it's already leveled. Okay, that's your answer.
I didn't hear that. What? Thank you. Any other questions of staff from commissioners? Yes.
For the neighborhood meetings, does a staff member attend?
No, I don't know exactly what the history was at the time of this project, but no, at this point, staff does not attend.
So usually I'll say the answers are given to staff in a report. It's reported who spoke. It's usually their written responses and sometimes recorded to give to staff. Is that correct, Alex?
That is correct.
Okay. But I'd like to keep the questions right now to the commissioners.
Yeah.
So does any other commissioner have a question for staff? Then at this point, I would like to invite the applicant to come up and give their presentation. And if you'll give your name and address, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendino, Commissioners. For your records, my name is Mike Merowitz. I'm with the law firm of Snell and Wilmer at 1 East Washington Street in Phoenix, and I represent Atlantic Development, who is the applicant and developer of this housing development. One of the things that I love about my job as a zoning attorney is I get to work on a lot of different development projects in all different cities, towns, and counties. But it's development projects like this that are seeking to address the housing crisis, and in particular, the affordable housing crisis that really hit home for me. My client, Atlantic Development, is responding to the housing emergency that was declared by the city just a handful of years ago by providing additional housing. But in addition to providing additional housing, what is so special about this project is that the developer is also voluntarily agreeing to set aside 20% of the units to be affordable housing units that will be rented to individuals and households that have no more than 80% of the average median income in Flagstaff. And I'll talk a little bit in my presentation. All that will be enforced through an affordability plan that we've negotiated with the city's housing staff. And what's also very rare too about this project is, in addition to agreeing to do that, the developer is making that commitment without asking for the city for any financial assistance, which is incredibly rare. And so it's a project that I've been very proud to be a part of for the last few years. It's certainly been a complicated project, and particularly with respect to the water and sewer infrastructure improvements that I'll add some detail on in my presentation. And I won't give, I just want to supplement the presentation that Ben gave. That was very detailed and good presentation, and we're very happy to have the recommendation of support from staff. And in fact, it was so detailed that Ben was losing his voice. So I don't want to bore you and potentially have the same thing happen to me. So here's, of course, an aerial map of the property that's zoomed out a little bit more from what you saw previously. You can see the site that's highlighted in yellow. So we're located along Lake Mary Road, about 2 miles east of the I-17. It's a closer up image of the property. As Ben noted, it's about 14 acres in size. And you can see that it's currently undeveloped. And one of the unique things about this property is that despite that it's in an undeveloped state and surrounded by a lot of forest, the property itself doesn't have a lot of natural vegetation on it. It doesn't have a lot of trees. And one of the things that we're really emphasizing with this project, which you'll see in the landscape plan that I'll show, is we really want to emphasize incorporating open space into the development and lots of landscaping so that you have a significant net increase from what you see today. Ben covered this very much in detail. The city's regional plan designates this property for suburban land uses, which is a housing designation, and it supports a variety of different housing types, from single-family homes to duplexes to townhomes and apartments at a density of up to 13 dwelling units per acre. And so, as Ben noted, the housing both our rezoning application and the housing proposal that we are proposing is consistent with the regional plan. So we're not requesting an amendment to the regional plan as part of this project. As I'm sure everyone is aware, in 2020, the City Council adopted this resolution that's on the screen, declaring a housing emergency in the city of Flagstaff. And in doing so, the City Council and city staff found a number of things that led to the adoption of this resolution. The first is that there's a severe undersupply of housing in the city. And what that has caused is the cost of housing has risen dramatically, and it's grossly outpaced the rise in household incomes. And so people are having a very hard time finding housing in Flagstaff. And those who are able to find it are spending a disproportionate amount of their income on housing. And so you can see at the bottom bullet point there, in adopting the resolution, the City Council declared that there is a housing emergency and that housing should be a leading priority in the city. And I bring this to everyone's attention because this resolution is what brought Atlantic Development to the city of Flagstaff. Atlantic Development is a housing developer. They build market rate housing and affordable housing all over Arizona. They saw the need for housing and began actively looking for properties in Flagstaff where they could help address this housing crisis by bringing additional housing. And it was the regional plan calling for multifamily on this particular property that brought Atlantic Development to this particular property. So again, as Ben covered in very good detail, our request today is a zoning map amendment to rezone the property from its existing estate residential zoning designation to high density residential. And so again, this request is consistent with the regional plan, but what's also important is that it's appropriate strategic planning. One of the fundamental principles in planning is you want to have compatible land uses, and you do that by locating zoning districts next to other zoning districts that are consistent with those other zoning districts or compatible with them. And so here you can see directly to our west along Lake Mary Road, we have light industrial zoning, and so it certainly makes sense rather than single family zoning to have multifamily right by that light industrial zone property. And also there was some discussion about that property is a subject of a development proposal for self-storage. That is a great land use next to multifamily, where you have some smaller units, and very often there's a need for people to want to store their items, and so that provides an opportunity there. So it's very compatible. But the other thing is just west of that property is already an 8-acre property that is zoned high-density residential. And that property, as a matter of right today, could build on it 230 dwelling units, which is more than what we are proposing. And so,
excuse me, can I ask you to use the mouse to mouse around there and tell us where you're talking about?
yeah, so the light industrial property is the one here in purple, just to our west. And then the one that I referred to as the 8-acre property, that's the same high density residential category, is this one here that's in orange. And so we are requesting to rezone to that exact same zoning designation on that property. Approval of that rezoning application will accommodate the development of the project, which of course is a housing development, and it'll have a total of 202 units. And there's a mix of unit types. The vast majority of them are the townhome style units. There's 131 of those. And we call those the townhome style units because they're in a traditional townhome configuration. They're attached side by side, but you don't have any units on top of you like you would in a traditional apartment. And those will be a mix between 2 and 3 bedroom townhomes. And then we have 71 of the flat style units, which are your more traditional apartment style units where you do have a unit on top of you. And so there are 71 of those. And you can see at the bottom right of the screen, that is a rendering of the townhomes. And so you can see this is very much a high quality development. Atlantic Development has put a lot of attention into the elevation of this building with its colors and materials to make sure that it's an attractive development, and 80% of the units will be market rate. But again, it's also critically important that we provide affordable housing. And so 20% of them, again, are the affordable housing units that will be spread throughout. In terms of building height, there's a mix between 2 and 3 stories for the building. So it's very much a low profile or low rise development. The lot coverage for the development is 28%. And so that's our building area over the size of the property. And I mentioned that because the high density residential zoning district allows up to 50%. But I mentioned earlier that one of the goals of this project is really to emphasize open space and landscaping. And so this isn't a development where we try to cram in as many units as possible. You heard from Ben that because of the affordable housing, we could add about 60 more additional units, but that would take away from some of the open space. And so we wanted to have sort of a nice compromise where we're of course meeting that goal of providing additional housing, but also designing a development that makes sense for the area and respects the surrounding properties. There's a variety of amenities that are included throughout, kind of customary with your residential developments, a clubhouse, pool, dog park, different outdoor seating areas. I can go back here quickly. That last bullet point, one of the great challenges of this project, and the reason why we've been working with your staff for over 3 years now on this project is the infrastructure. So water is certainly a challenge. There is existing water lines within Lake Mary, right along the frontage of this property. And in fact, it wraps around Frontier Avenue. But in order to increase the pressure in that water line, we have to do 2 things. We have to upgrade a large portion of that existing water line, about 1,000 feet of it, to make it larger. And then we have to create that loop system. And to do that, we have to build a new water line that will be about 5,000 feet from this property to the city's treatment plant, about 5,000 feet to the west along Lake Mary Road, which of course is a significant cost and expense, but one that this developer is willing to install. And that will eventually become a public infrastructure that the city owns. The bigger challenge than the water, of course, was a sewer. That's because as you move down Lake Mary Road, you're going downhill. And there's no sewer within 6,000 feet of this property. And so we are required to build a sewer line that we've helped to design with the civil engineering staff at the city. And we have our civil engineer here as well that can speak more to it. But it's a 6,000 foot line that portion of it will be pressurized to take the sewer up the hill. And then once you start going down the hill in Lake Mary, which is about the second half, the last 3,000 feet, it will then transition to gravity. So very significant expenses has made this development challenging, but again, costs that the developer is willing to undergo to install these improvements, and we've worked very hard over the last few years to make sure that design works with your city staff. Here's a landscape plan for the project. So you can see the building layouts as well as the landscaping that's being added. Along Lake Mary Road there are the townhomes. And one of the things that was very important to your city staff, and you heard Ben mention it, was making sure that we don't have lots of building massing along Lake Mary Road by keeping sort of open view corridors. And the way that we've done that is you can see we've rotated those townhomes rather than having them all face the road so that you would just see building frontage along it. So we have those townhome units and then the flat style units that are placed in the back there. Then you can see the variety of different open space areas that are provided kind of throughout in green. I'll use my cursor here. We have a kind of an open space area here that's intended to be a dog park where residents could take their dogs here. You have another open space area in between these buildings here. And then we've got lots of open space in the back as well as the amenity area. And then we've kept this open here. In terms of access to the project, we have two entrances and exits on Lake Mary Road. The first is the further west one here is our main entrance. And then we've got a second one further to the east here. And I'll show in just a moment, one of the things that we're doing, Lake Mary Road, of course, is just one lane in each direction. And so in order to allow people to sort of safely move over to the side and turn into the project without slowing traffic, we're building deceleration lanes and right turn lanes. So that way, when you're turning into the project, you can pull over and not block traffic behind you. And we'll be providing those at each of the entrances here. One more thing that I want to cover is this, of course, I've kind of mentioned it multiple times. Ben stated it, is we've designed this project to be compatible with the regional plan, and that's very important. But what's also important is making sure that we're respecting the properties that surround us. And we have two residential properties that are adjacent to this project today that we wanted to make sure that we were respecting in the design of this project. So where I have my cursor here is an existing single-family residence, this one in brown here. And so we wanted to design this project in a way that's providing enough privacy or buffer from this home. It's certainly a challenge because you can see we have part of our property down here. So what we've done is we've kept this completely kind of natural open space area. We've added lots of trees in that area to help create more privacy and a buffer. We had initially, when we first started this, had our dog park there when we first started this project and had our first neighborhood meeting. We heard the concern with that, so we moved it much further away. We've added lots of landscaping here. You can see with the townhomes, we've separated these across our drive to provide additional separation. And for these units that are located closest, we've angled them and orient them away so that they're not facing the home to also better respect the privacy. And then we have the residence that's here to the south, which is another one that we wanted to make sure we're designing, again, this project in a way that's sensitive to them as well. So you heard Ben mention that in the high density residential zoning district, the setback requirement from this rear setback is 15 feet, which would be about where my cursor is here. We wanted to make sure that we're setting the building much further back than that. So we actually have a minimum building setback here for this building it's a minimum of 53 feet to create a lot of additional open space area here. And then we've lined the property, you can see, with trees. These will be pine trees here to help provide nice screening and a nice buffer, which we thought was important. Ben showed these elevations, so I'll just go through it just very quickly. At the top are the 2-story elevations for the townhomes. At the bottom are the 3-story elevations for the townhomes. And so again, you can see a variety of different colors and materials, a lot of movement in the building itself. So certainly not just a flat building, it has lots of visual interest. And then we have private garages for each of the townhomes that you can see on the elevations there as well. These are for the flat style elevations, so you can see the design theme carried over to these. But also a feature that I want to point out is on the ground level, these do have private garages as well that are provided, you can see down here. One thing that's very important to Atlantic development, but also a very important component of this project is sustainability and making sure that we're designing projects in a sustainable manner. And this project, it will certainly be designed sustainably. And I wanted to highlight kind of a few of the points here. The first is Atlantic Development will be participating in the EPA's Energy Star certification program, which is one of the most stringent federal energy certification programs. And as part of that, there are all these features that will be incorporated into the development. All the HVAC units will have high SEER ratings or energy efficiency ratings. All the windows will be energy efficient. All the water fixtures will be low flow water fixtures. The toilets will be low gallon flush toilets at 0.8 rather than your customary a little over 1.2. All the landscaping will be xeriscape landscaping that requires little water, so really reducing our water use. All the appliances will be Energy Star certified appliances. And then solar panels. This project will provide solar panels with the goal of offsetting all of the electricity that's used in the common area of the buildings. Electric vehicle charging stations will provide 10 electric vehicle charging stations, which will be level 2 charging stations. But Atlantic Development will then also be building the conduits and the infrastructure to be able to accommodate expansions of the electric charging stations within additional parking spaces in the future as well. There'll be covered bicycle parking spaces, and then it's an all-electric development. There'll be no gas to the development, so all electric appliances. Just lastly are the conceptual renderings to give you a sense of what the project will look like upon completion. And so this is along Lake Mary Road as you're approaching the property, driving south. And so you can see our townhome units that are provided along the frontage there, and those are have been angled. And then you can also see the right turn deceleration lane at the first entrance that will be provided there as well. Just a little bit further down, a rendering, street view rendering, looking at the main entrance of the development. So again, you can see the right turn lane. And then just lastly is more of a bird's eye aerial view looking over the top at the property. And so again, you can see the landscaping that's being added, as well as how the buildings fit within the surrounding as well. So again, the intent of this project very much is responding to the housing emergency that was just declared by the city by providing additional housing, which is critically important, but more so also providing affordable housing as part of this project as well to really help drive down housing costs and provide more housing to people. And so with that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions, commissioners? Yes, Jay?
I have some concerns on this project. I think I'll start with the traffic concerns. I think I understood the peak traffic would be 80 cars per hour plus or minus. Most of those will be turning left. That's about a car a minute turning left onto Lake Mary. That seems kind of dangerous in the mornings. I want to hear from you guys what you think about that. I know you guys have thought about that more than I have. So I want your thought.
Yeah, Commissioner Sharp, it's a great question, and I'm going to say just a bit, but I'm not the best person to give this answer. We have our traffic engineer here, who I'm going to call up as she's walking up. And in fact, well, I'll give my pitch and then let her go, which will be far better. So with 80, I know that number can sound scary. You have 80 trips during an hour, which is just over one vehicle that you see per minute. But when you really break down that number, what that means is kind of practically speaking, which I think kind of helps when you explained it to me, is if you were to sit at that driveway and you're looking at waiting for vehicles to come, you essentially would think to yourself, let me count to 60 seconds. And so I'm not going to do that by a matter of demonstration, but you sit there, count to 60 seconds, and then say to yourself, vehicle. That's when you have one car come by. And so the number 80 sounds scary, but when you start, kind of sitting there, there's a long gap there. That is a pretty quiet neighborhood when you're waiting a minute and then just seeing one vehicle come. But with that, we of course prepare a traffic analysis that's reviewed by city staff. And so I want to have Dawn speak to the traffic analysis that was prepared.
Chair and Commissioners, my name is Dawn Cartier. I am with CivTech Inc., located at 10605 Scottsdale, I can't remember an address today, 10605 Hayden Road in Scottsdale. So the beauty of this peak hour traffic that you're talking about is not all heading one direction. That's a combination of the cars that are going in and out. So what we have is about a peak, and it would be in the PM that they're turning left, of 60 vehicles. The others are going the other way, which is, as Mike said, about one vehicle per minute. And in our world, 60 seconds, it really is a lot of time. The other thing that we look at is the traffic that's already on the road. And today there's an average daily traffic of about 6,000 vehicles a day on Lake Mary at this location, which, if you look at the city standards, is running at less than 50% capacity. So we're talking about an area where it's pretty low traffic volume, and we'll be turning cars at a pace in the highest hour of about 1 car per minute. So there's plenty of gap, plenty of time, and the analysis has shown that we operate fairly well in this location and well beyond the city standards for traffic operation.
Thank you, Don.
Other questions from commissioners? Mary?
I'll add on to that traffic question. So those are numbers based on the impact of this development. Has it been figured in, and maybe this involves staff as well, that other development that has 235 multifamily units coming into that area, also a big increase to the traffic on that road and people turning, into that enclave of a community. So I was wondering if, how does that get balanced out in the long run? I'm not sure when and how the other development, came through or is going through the development department. So I just wanted to, address that there's a combination situation happening here.
From the perspective of this particular study, and not to speak on behalf of staff, I'm sure they have their also own answers to that. But when we do these studies, we look into the future, and the historical growth rate along the roads in this part of Flagstaff are running just over about 1% per year. So we do consider that historical growth, which would account for additional units being built, because these units don't all get owned and occupied all at the same time. They come over time. So if you're thinking at just as a math, 6,000 cars at 1%, we're adding that new homeowner every year, year over year at 1% on top of the work that we're doing. Now, in a case of what you're talking about, 235 multifamily units, the numbers are going to be really similar to what I'm talking about here. So in the sense that we're already at less than 50% capacity of the road in this location, this road has, Lake Mary has a lot of room in this location to take on additional dwelling units.
And if I can
Okay,
add
Ike.
that other residential project has not submitted a formal application at this point. So there's that.
I ask you, Alex, so that's on the development status report, that other project. Is it just stalled? Did it go through a rezone earlier on, or was it already zoned for that?
It's only come in for a concept plan review, and staff is just waiting for them to submit site plan. I don't want to speak on behalf of that other project. If I had to guess, I would say that they're probably working with this development to figure out the nuances of that sewer system.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me go to CJ.
Well, I might be changing topics. Is yours on the same topic? Okay. I just had a question. Is there an HOA that stops people from using these as short-term rentals?
Uh, or Chair Mandino, Commissioner Luke, great question. There will be a property management company that Atlantic Development works with, and the lease will have a minimum term. And it's 30 days as a minimum term for the market rate units. 60 days is a minimum term for the affordable housing units. And the way that's enforced, it's not just we'll trust Atlantic Development and the property management company. We have a development agreement that we've been negotiating with and working with for a couple of years now with your city staff. And the development agreement requires those minimum lease terms. So that will be a condition of this development.
Thank you. So I do have a question along those lines. On the affordable housing units, you're doing the up to 80% or 80%, they have to be at 80% of poverty?
Chair Mandino, no higher than 80%. So 80% or less of the average median income.
And then I have a question for staff. I don't know that you can answer this, but in the units that have been built, how many of them have actually used the affordable housing as, and are rented as affordable housing? Is there a percentage of most?
I don't think I understand the question.
So we've approved a lot of units, apartment units to be at, that they'll have some affordable housing. Usually they're at 10% affordable housing. How, I'm not sure that you can answer this because I don't know that there's somebody with housing here. Is there online? So if you can answer, how many of those actually get rented? And when they're not rented as affordable housing, how long do the units stay at, can the developer or the owner revert back to regular housing instead of affordable housing? Does that make sense?
Hi, Commissioner. This is Jennifer Michelson, Housing Planning Manager. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the question. We find that, well, we require, our department requires twice annual reporting on the status of the units. And when we get those reports, we see that a vast majority of the units are occupied. They have a very low vacancy rate. And if they do have a vacancy rate, we provide recommendations for where they can go to get tenants. We let people know. But there aren't provisions in the development agreement that allow them to use those affordable units as market rate units instead. Does that,
So if they're not occupied, they're just not occupied. Correct?
correct? They're reserved for the next eligible applicant.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to go to I'll go to Mary because it's a related
Yeah,
question.
on the affordable housing, how many years is the guarantee on the affordable housing, and which units are going to be dedicated to affordable housing?
Commissioner Norton, the term is a required minimum of 30 years. So for a minimum of 30 years, we'll need affordable housing units. And in the affordability plan that we have with the city, it requires the units to float and be spread throughout. So meaning it's not that there's a particular unit that's always an affordable housing unit. It's just there needs to be a minimum of 40 of the 202 at all times, but they can float throughout the project.
Okay, so there's no required or commitment on your part as far as the 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, as far as a spread of, which ones will be affordable within your mix?
Chair Norton, the affordability plan does require us to have a mix that are affordable, but it's not a specific like matrix that says how many ones, how many twos or threes.
Megan?
I was going to ask that, but I have a few other questions about the affordable housing plan. Are you applying or planning to apply for LIHTC funding?
Commissioner Weller, yes, we are.
Okay. With that, you say that you're not receiving financial assistance from the city. You did get a 45% density bonus, which in turn does drastically increase your profit. I mean, I'm all for affordable housing, but then this leads me into my other question. It's up to 80% AMI, so maybe this is for staff, but where's the oversight in making sure that like there's the 20%, 30%, 50% AMI, and this isn't just going to the top AMI, which would be the most profitable?
Jennifer, if you could speak to
can-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can take a stab at that. Thanks. We have a requirement in our, as I understand, our affordable housing agreement with the applicant is not for LIHTC units. So to my knowledge, these weren't intended to be like designated as like formal low-income housing tax credit units. I guess if they are in the future, that would be kind of a new dynamic for me. Usually projects are they're either market rate with some affordable or totally, LIHTC 100%. And with those LIHTC projects are those very kind of rigid income targeting where they would require a certain percentage of the units be set aside to 40%, 50%, 60%. For our affordable rental program, we don't have those same requirements. We simply have a maximum, like a ceiling of 80% AMI. And they're allowed to manage that distribution on their own. But we do see, it's just by nature of the kind of influx of applicants they do get, there is a mix of incomes included in those affordable. Is that answering the question or?
Yeah, I guess that answers my question, but then it leads to another question of if the housing department didn't know about the LIHTC, what umbrella is this kind of falling under with regards to the affordable housing?
Yeah, Commissioner Weller, great question. So the affordability plan, that's a requirement. We are required to comply with the city standards within the affordability plan, which very much models the city code for what's required when you say you want to do affordable housing. But then separately, we, of course, the Atlantic Development will be applying for low-income housing tax credits from the state. And if those are awarded, then we have to meet those requirements as well. So they really sit on top of what would be required from the city. But in all cases, the affordability plan is in place and we have to meet the city's requirements.
Okay.
Okay. I have so what I heard you say about the solar panels, that they were only going to be available for common areas, is that correct?
Chair Mendino, yes, the intent is to have the solar panels offset all of the common area electricity.
So there would be no solar panels for the individual units,
Let me double check. Chair Mendino, no.
which would make them all more affordable if there were solar for all the units, okay? And then you alluded to that you were going to have pine trees to screen. And so my question is, what type of pine trees are you thinking of? And how do you propose that those, be a good screen?
Yeah, Chair Mendino. So the intent behind the landscape plan, of course, was picking landscaping that's kind of native and also drought tolerant, so it doesn't need a lot of water. And so pine trees were the species that our landscape architect chose. I believe they were aspen pine or ponderosa pine was the type of species that they would be. But the intent is to plant fairly mature pine trees there. So all the ones along the perimeter are 6 feet, will start 6 feet in height. So they won't be, very short trees to start, but then of course will grow significantly over time.
And that was my concern, is that if you were to plant pine trees, they get rather tall and the trunks are the only things that would be, at window level at some point. So it doesn't really provide that great screening. So that's a comment. Yeah. Does anybody have any other questions? Yes, Mary.
I'm just going to sort of make a comment. It's probably not worth going into a detailed answer with regard to the energy efficiency. So you're at Energy Star, you're at all electric, you're at solar panels on top of common areas. Sounds like you're really close that you could be zero energy if you added some solar panels to some units. I'm just going to throw that out there that you're close, but not there all the way. And then my other question is, in comparing Coconino County Parcel Viewer and the application, I just wanted to know who actually owns the property right now? Is this rezoning part of the escrow process on buying the property? Or has it already been purchased, as far as where you're at in this request for the rezoning? And did you look at any other areas that might have been more appropriate for high density of this nature?
Commissioner Norton, the property is owned by Atlantic Development currently, so they own it. And the reason why they chose this property is really looking to, well, one, it was the housing emergency that brought them to Flagstaff in general, but with this particular property, it was a regional plan, which allowed for multifamily here. So that's why they, not only was it, of course, an available property on the market, but looking towards that regional plan as being appropriate here.
I have one more question that may be for staff. Who takes care of Lake Mary Road, like snow plowing and the use of Lake Mary Road? I mean, the upgrades and of Lake Mary Road? Is that the city or is that the state?
I'm stumped. Do you actually know? Oh, that's
Chair Mendino, it's the Forest Service. That's a Forest Service road, and they take care of Lake Mary Road.
The federal government, you're talking about the federal government?
I believe the city has an agreement with the Forest Service that the city actually maintains the road.
So if there's any upgrades to the road, who would provide those upgrades? Do you know, Alex? Is it the city or is it the Forest Service?
Upgrades as far as outside of the scope of this project, or?
Yes, just the, like, what I'm alluding to is in another part of town where it's the state that takes care of the roads, they're talking about putting in roundabouts. Is that anything that the Forest Service would plan to do in some of these areas along Lake Mary Road, as building along Lake Mary Road might get larger, or there might be more areas of Lake Mary Road developed? Who would take care of those?
I think it's really hard for me to talk about something outside my area, but also something theoretical in the future. I would imagine that it would be a group discussion, that it would involve the Forest Service, ADOT, as well as the city. And it would have to reach a certain level of use and a certain level of service before any of that would happen. To my knowledge, none of those discussions are currently happening. So we're just looking at the improvements required of this developer along their frontage to the road.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any more questions or comments from commissioners? And I don't know if Bob has a question online, but I see Jay has his hand up.
Yeah, so I'm still stuck on the sewer. My understanding is the city prohibits anything but gravity sewer flow. So how is that being coordinated with the city? Is the city changing their rules on that?
Commissioner Sharp. So it's going to take me a little bit to get through this one because it's a complicated structure. And it's all spelt out into the development agreement that we've been working with the city for a couple of years now. So I've got this aerial map in here to kind of give a visual image of what the sewer will look like. So from our property, about 3,000 feet west, as you're moving up the hill, will be a pressurized line that is served by a lift station to push it up. Then it'll transition into a gravity line. And because the city currently can't own a pressurized line under their code, when the line is completed, the 3,000 feet, that is the gravity line, will then be dedicated to the city. And so the very first thing that we do is, well, how do we do this? How do we have a privately owned pressurized line that then feeds into a city gravity line and still get service? And so the agreement that we've worked out with the city is that initially the plan is that Atlantic Development will continue to privately own both the pressurized line as well as the lift station, and they'll contract with a private utility that will operate that portion of it. city will maintain their gravity portion. However, and that was going to the plan, was it was going to be partly privately owned and and was going to be joint ownership in the line. The now kind of new thinking, and which we believe is the more likely scenario now that's contemplated in the development agreement, is the city is currently processing a text amendment to its city code that would allow the city to acquire now a pressurized system, so that when you have areas like this that are ready to be developed, they then could do it. So the intent would be, if the city approves that text amendment and can acquire it, and if they want to acquire it, they'll then provide us with notice that they want to acquire it, and we'll then dedicate the pressurized line to them.
So then there will be pressurized sewer within public right of way for a while at least, right?
Yeah, Commissioner Sharp, yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I think a couple of things. One is looking at Ben's condition number 4, we kind of outline how, in order for this to move forward, that there are a couple of things that need to happen, conditions that need to occur. And one of those is that permission from the Forest Service, and the other piece is this hopeful text or code amendment that would allow these pressurized sewer lines to be owned by the city. Lake Mary is a weird, tricky place. There's like layers and layers of government on it. So yes, it would, I believe the text amendment would allow pressurized, if approved, would allow pressurized sewer systems in public right of way. Lake Mary, I don't know that technically that's public right of way. It's used, it's essentially, yes, public right of way, but there is that weird nuance of it's still owned by the Forest Service. That's why we have that special use permit that allows city public utilities within it, and then that agreement to maintain the road. So it's just a little more government sprinkled on top, so.
So it's definitely complicates things. I think my question then is, there's conditions then, if are not met, this site will be rezoned, correct? It just can't be developed?
Yes, but then the condition states that it allows the city to come before council and revert that zoning back to the original ER zoning. If the city determines that that's in the city's best interest, to go back to that zoning.
Okay, but I just wanted to check that did Bob have a question?
No, I don't have any questions right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. I want to thank the both of you, and at this time, I'm going to go to opening this up to the public. Speakers, you have 3 minutes to make your case, because we have quite a number of people who would like to speak before us. So I'm just going to start in the order that the cards were given to me. So Dania Gorel, is that correct? Yes. If you'll please come up to the microphone and give us your name and address, and then please make your comment.
Yeah.
And you need to get pretty close to the mic.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me? Hi. Hello, my name is Dania Gorel, and I live off of Lake Mary Road at 5385 South J Diamond. I have been an educator for over a decade, and I have lived in Flagstaff for 8 years. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the proposal by Snell and Wilmer, representing Atlantic Development Investments, to rezone our area for a high-density housing complex. Flagstaff's unique strategic plan emphasizes sustainability, preserving our unique environment, and maintaining community character. Allowing high-density development in our rural neighborhood directly contradicts these goals. One significant concern is the potential impact on the cost of living for local residents. High-density housing drives up property values and rents. I experienced this in my previous neighborhood of La Plaza Vieja, and am anxious watching history repeat. High-density developments put strain on families in our community economically and visually ruin the beautiful natural landscapes we all long to conserve and protect. The proposal at hand includes only 41 out of 202 units designated as affordable housing, which falls woefully short of addressing the broader impact on affordability for the hundreds of families that now live in the surrounding area. Additionally, safety on Lake Mary Road is already a pressing issue. Just a few weeks ago, a tragic accident resulted in the death of a motorcyclist who was dragged a quarter mile down the road. With the speed limit of 45 miles per hour and limited law enforcement presence in the area, the dangers of increased traffic from a high-density complex cannot be overstated. This development would exacerbate an already precarious situation for residents and commuters on a two-lane road regarding road safety and traffic conditions. Preserving natural habitats and open spaces is crucial to Flagstaff's identity. A high-density complex would threaten local wildlife and diminish the quality of life for those of us who cherish our natural surroundings. And as an avid gardener, let me tell you, the red-tailed hawks are very happy right now. Additionally, we must consider the long-term vision for our community, prioritizing sustainable development that aligns with our existing zoning, helps maintain the character and livability of Flagstaff. This development would help achieve neither of those. Rezoning this area is not in the best interest of our community and does not reflect our core values or strategic vision. If recommended, the proposal prioritizes profit over people and developers from Phoenix instead of locals in Flagstaff who live here, work here, and play here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could call on Brian Dennehy, if you'd come up and give your name and state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Brian Dennehy, and you got my name right. Nobody ever pronounces that right. And I apologize, I don't have a written statement. This was on short notice, so I just jotted down a few things, but I would like to point out, if everyone can hear me okay. I'm at 2116 East Chisholm Trail, and I'm in the neighborhood that it's directly across the street from where this proposed development is. I've been in that house for 20 years. My two neighbors across the street have been there for 35 years and 30 years, and the neighbors on either side of me have been there 20 years plus. This is not a growing neighborhood. It's not a growing area. Whenever I have my house appraised, they have to get comps from other neighborhoods like Pinedale and places like that because nobody in our area sells their houses. We've been there a very long time. We live on gravel roads. We have septic systems. And I believe that a development like this would be an undue burden on our little community. This is a rural community. A lot of times we have to take it upon ourselves to snowplow for our neighbors so they can get to work. Because it can take the city several days to come out and snowplow for us. Like I said, we live on gravel roads. As far as I know, there's no plans to ever pave the roads or put in sidewalks or add a sewer system to our neighborhood, and we're fine with that. We also have no cell phone service, not one bar. And I haven't seen any proposals to remedy that situation, and any conversations we've had with the cell phone companies in town, there doesn't seem to be any plan to give us cell phone service. Those of us that live in the neighborhood are fine with that. We're used to it. We've been there for decades. We have very limited infrastructure. We have city water and trash, and that's about it where we live. I believe that this project would, double, maybe even quadruple our population in this small area, and I think that would have a very large impact. And that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to try to do this one, but I can't read the writing of the last name. So Crichton Chante. I can't read the writing, so.
Thank you. And sorry for my poor writing and also very complicated name.
if you could state your name and address
Sure.
for the
Yeah,
record.
you bet. My name is Creighton Chute. I live at 2140 East Frontier Avenue. That is the property exactly beside, to the west or left on the map of where the development is going. So we will be heavily affected by this development. Anyway, I'd like to say, my wife Jill and I have raised our family in this house since our almost 12-year-old was a toddler. We originally rented the house from Joanne Babbitt of the Babbitt family in Flagstaff, and then bought the house from her kids when she passed away in 2015. We have very conflicting feelings regarding any development of this property, not to mention, high density apartment type of buildings. On one hand, like, it will change our neighborhood drastically. That is obvious. However, we've talked about many times potentially moving into a neighborhood so that our 3 kids could have friends, across the street to play with. And so there's like pluses and minuses, to living in this rural setting. However, like, we're currently in the process of adding on to our house because we, love this environment, this neighborhood, all of our neighbors so much. I do want to address the statement that's been made a couple of times by the legal team that this property is not beautiful. It's not, doesn't have vegetation, doesn't have resources. There are elk in this property probably a third of the year. Every night we can go out there and hear the elk calling, see the elk. There are porcupines in our neighborhood. There are deer and red-tailed hawks all over the place. So to say that this beautiful meadow is not attractive, it doesn't have resources, that's nonsense. I would like to see like a plan for this development that, does embrace the natural beauty of our mountain environment that we have today, and is also more closely aligned with the existing neighborhood density. I did a little bit of math. It's not perfect, but I calculated like roughly 70 acres in those 2 kind of triangle spaces that will be, primarily affected. And if 70 acres, there's about 100 residences is what I counted just looking at the map. There is some high density zoning on there, but on those high density spots, there's maybe a couple of houses. It's not, it's not a bunch of stuff. So with all of that said, I calculated out the existing neighborhood is about 1.4 residences per acre, where they are talking about moving to 14.5. And then the population would triple in our neighborhood, going from about 250 people to 750 people. No joke. The other thing I wanted to say, like the safety aspect, I don't think can be overstated. We've had deaths, we've had bicyclists get killed or, run over and hit by RVs. Lake Mary is a dangerous road. Adding all of this traffic to that road is going to be substantial. And 80 cars per hour, those 80 cars could be spread over the hour if that's how traffic ever worked. But traffic does not happen over the course of an hour. Traffic happens in 10 to 15 minutes in Flagstaff because that's how long it takes us to get places. This isn't Phoenix. I see I have time still. Okay, I'll keep going then. Yeah, so
20 seconds left.
great. Okay, so I think a neighborhood in this place would be great. I think the long-term solution to our housing crisis, however, is not rental of units, rental apartments. It is homes that people can buy and hand that equity down to their children and their children's children over the course of a long term.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call forward Mary and Kent Powell. And again, please state your name and address for the record. And even though the 2 of you are presenting together, you only have 3 minutes.
I'll do my best. Okay, my name is, we are Mary and Kent Powell. We currently, I've lived in Flagstaff my whole life. I was born and raised in Flagstaff.
I need your current address, please.
I'm getting to that. Okay, my current address, I do not live on Lake Mary Road, but my family does. We currently live at 2102 North Navajo Drive on Fort Valley Road. But my family lives off of Lake Mary, and I go back and forth every day. I have caregiving activities and everything. Okay, we are not in favor of this rezoning. We would like the zoning to stay as it is. We did attend, they had 3 meetings. 2 of them were at the courtyard and 1 was at the Aquaplex. The 2 at the courtyard were in close proximity to the location of the project, so it was highly attended. During the 3rd meeting, it was held at the Aquaplex. They moved it, so it was considerably further. And it was also during spring break, which a lot of people were not in town for. And so it was not, I didn't think it was conducive to having more positive or more input on the project. Also, at one of the other meetings, they were talking about the 20% for affordable housing. And one of the participants asked what they considered a price to be for affordable housing. And the price that was given was way off base for affordable housing. Nobody with any struggles with money would be able to afford the affordable housing. Plus, it has been in the past, other activities like this eventually are sold to someone else, and so the new owner changes the format of the affordable housing. In my coming and going to Lake Mary, there are herds of elk, like somebody else mentioned, and these animals deserve a little bit of consideration. They were here before we were, and that's part of the beauty of this city. As far as traffic changes every day. I mean, we waited for almost 2 hours because there were an accident on both sides of the vicinity that we were in. We have very little to almost no snow removal for days on Lake Mary Road. People do it on their own. They help each other. And, that's just the way it is. Also, Flagstaff recently was in that area where we are, the city of Flagstaff, the Safety of Bicyclists International Runners that come to train. The stretch of road has been given a new designation by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, recognizing that the stretch of Lake Mary Road from Flagstaff to the south end of Mormon Lake as a recreational corridor. The resolution is part of a plan to improve awareness for safety of cyclists, runners, and other recreationalists that frequent the road. The county will also be installing share the road signage to implement roadway improvement. There's a lot of activity on that road. In the summertime, the 2 Broke for Sturgis motorcycle groups come, and it's hundreds of motorcycles, and it just changes all the time. So we are not in favor of this.
Thank you for your comments. Question to staff. There was something that was mentioned that Lake Mary Road isn't plowed for days and days. Is that Lake Mary Road or the residential area where they're talking about? Staff, do you know if Lake Mary Road is plowed by the city on a regular basis, or is that the Forest Service or ADOT who plows Lake Mary Road?
That would be a question for the Public Works Department. I don't
Okay.
think they're here at this meeting. We could provide that information and have it at council.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next up is John Lloyd. Again, if you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Lloyd, and I live at 2143 East Chisholm Trail. I have no ill will towards Atlantic. I certainly hope that they, are able to build their development somewhere at some point, not here. I mean, certainly there's a tremendous need for affordable housing in Flagstaff, and they're, trying to help to provide for that is great, and I'm all for it. But, there's also a tremendous need for homes that people can buy, like the other gentleman mentioned, and, we should leave this zone the way it is and not change it. There's another huge apartment complex going in right next to I-17, another one right across from that. They just put one in down the road next to the standard station, and now they're developing this high density area just right above this one. Leave this one as it is for Pete's sake.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jackie Kaipta, if you could come and state your name and address for the record, and then please speak.
Hi, I'm Jackie Kipta, and I live at 2050 East Chisholm Trail. My family and I have been there since 1999. And I want you guys to notice that it's not a huge lot of people in here because it's not a huge lot of people that live out there. We are pretty spread out. And we're spread out because the ER zoning says that a single family home on large lots and limited agricultural use was established by the Flagstaff City and Zoning, and it says this is an this is your words, the planning and zoning. It says this is an important part of the mountain environment. It's such an important part of the mountain environment, and I know they sound like they're going to do something good for our community, but they're not. They're here to make money. They're here to exploit an opportunity. And when they say they're going to provide low-income housing, the houses that were torn down were like single home families for $500 and $700 a month. And they're not going to do that. There's no way. There's no way that anybody's going to afford an apartment there for $500 or $700 a month. Anyway, the sheer volume on people and traffic that this mega building represents will profoundly and negatively impact the people who currently live in the area. The oversized housing development will negatively affect rentals in the area by, making them raise their prices. Again, this is an important part of the mountain environment. High density zone requires amenities that effectively destroy the rural setting. And the current zone that was put in place to protect that. Our children raise livestock and show them in 4-H and ride their bicycles to school. Can't do that when there's a high density housing, they start complaining about your chickens. The next thing you know, you can't have more than 2 horses and there's issues. I want you guys to think about the housing crisis because it seems like it's been dealt with. There are so many high density things being established in Flagstaff. Ask yourselves, is this still a housing crisis? And then to speak to the high density zone that's already there, most of it is all in a flood zone. There, Skunk Canyon comes right through there. And so the big portion of that that's not established is in a flood zone.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Francis Joseph, and a reminder to state your name and address for the record.
My name is Frances Joseph, and I live at 4576 Lake Mary Road. And I have lived there since 1976. It's just been my anchor. And having this huge development has just kind of, the possibility of a huge development down the road a piece is just overwhelming to me. Our neighborhood has like 1-acre lots. There's usually just one house. There's a couple of apartment units, but mostly it's people living by themselves. I have a little log cabin and there's lots of wildlife. We see elk and deer and coyotes. More I hear coyotes, and it's just so rural. And having this enormous development go in across the road is very nerve-wracking for me. It's just, it'll really change the quality of my life. And there's gravel roads. We're surrounded by national forests. So all the wildlife is just, I just treasure it. We used to even get javelina. I haven't seen a javelina for a long time. But the traffic will be enormous. And Lake Mary Road in the winter is very, very icy and dangerous. Nobody has spoken of that. But even if they plow, it's still extremely dangerous. I have an old Toyota pickup truck that has four-wheel drive that I keep mostly so I can get out of my property if I need to and drive safely into town. It's really crazy. And the danger to motorcyclists, to runners, gosh, a lot of people riding bikes, jogging is just, it just goes on and on. It just seems impossible to imagine. And it's not so much that I am objecting to the actual development, it's just the location. If it was in town where there was already designed for that kind of density and where there's bus transportation, there's no buses or anything out Lake Mary, it would be much more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Toby Bardsley.
My name is Toby Bardsley, and I live at 5380 South J. Diamond Road in Flagstaff. I have a number of concerns. Recently on Lake Mary Road and in that neighborhood, there have been a lot of new apartments and townhomes that have been built, mostly towards the beginning near Beulah. There's a new hotel that's going in, which I'm sure will bring a lot of traffic out to Lake Mary and Mormon Lake and et cetera. As well as the big buildings that are on High Country Trail right there. So there's a lot of new population and vehicles and cars, et cetera. On SJ Diamond, coming from Beulah, I have to make a left-hand turn to get into my street. There are no lights there. It's difficult as it is already. So putting in new housing beyond my house at Frontier would affect the traffic a lot more. I don't see how the two lanes there is a turning lane there, but I don't see how the small turning lane is going to even be able to hold the number of people that need to turn. So I don't think that that's efficient. Let's see. Number 3. Another concern that I have is there's no bus service, so that's another thing regarding traffic. And I believe the last thing is that we have one firehouse down near Beulah on Lake Mary Road. I am not sure where the next firehouse is, but there's a lot of apartments, a lot of new housing. It's a lot more people and a lot more residences. And I don't think that that's sufficient for this type of addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Hamra. And be sure you state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Tim Hamra. I live at 4635 South Lake Mary Road. Can't say I disagree with all the people up here, so I'll save you from repeating that. In regards to my house, I'm sort of under the gun. I have Frontier Road on one side of me. Lake Mary in front of me, and now they want to put an entry and exit near my house. I don't know how many feet. So I kind of look at this, as kind of passive dishonesty by omission. I need to know what I'm making a judgment about. How many feet is that road going to be? How many cars are going to pass by my house, 6, 5, 10 feet, whatever it is? How many of you would like that? Give me a raise of hands. 500, 600 cars a day going by your house. I don't see anybody raising their hands. Interesting. Secondly, this doesn't have a whole lot of information in it. You show a little schematic up there. If we were really classy, we'd have a relief map. So we got a 3D vision of what we're looking at. And affordable housing, omission. How many dollars is that going to cost for low income and the other apartments? People want to know dollar figures. You can say medium this, 40% that. It's going to mean anything to anybody. Secondly or thirdly, around any house or any home that's in that area, there should be at least 100 feet before the closest building, and it should be 1 story if they had a heart and a soul. I've got a 3-story building 15 feet from my house. I got no sunset anymore. So that should be at least 100 feet. It should be a single, dwelling. Same with all the homes. They should have a single dwelling. Give them a little space. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask him a question? Are you that corner home that would butt up against?
I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Mary Elise Rumpf. I probably did not say that correctly, but if you'll state your name and address for the record and.
Yes, yeah, you did say it correctly. I'm Mary Elise Rumpf, and this is Frances Josephine, so almost the same name as my neighbor. And we live at 2283 East Chisholm Trail. So we are directly across Lake Mary Road from this property. I want to bring up 2 main points. One of them is that this company is using the sales tactic of calling this housing potentially affordable, and I think that is disingenuous at best. As we've stated, they're going to market it towards that 80% of the median income. There's no provisions for giving it to lower income families or making sure folks like that can move into this area. And even if those folks could move in to those apartments, it's not an affordable area. We don't have buses, we don't have sidewalks, there's no grocery stores, there's no gas stations, there's not even really usable bike lanes in that area. Our neighborhood is wonderful, but it's not affordable to live in. Anything you need to do, you need to drive. Like I said, there aren't bike lanes. I have family, we're big cyclists, but I don't bike on Lake Mary Road. I'm not going to allow my children to bike on Lake Mary Road because it's too dangerous. And so I'm not sure how they can call this area affordable when you need a car to drive everywhere, and you need to drive quite a distance to get to a grocery store, to get to Walmart, to get to schools. It would be a big issue for any folks living in there. Also, one of you brought up the questions of short-term rentals, and that question wasn't adequately answered. They stated what their leases would say, but they didn't say anything about if their leases are going to allow people to do short-term Airbnb rentals or sublet, or how they're going to enforce that. And so that's a major concern for me, having short-term rentals right across the street from my family. The last thing I want to bring up is wildfire impact potentially. So right now that is a beautiful big open field, and that provides a buffer zone for our neighborhood from potential wildfires in there. If this project goes through, there would be giant wooden plywood buildings put up that would be tinder for any wildfire coming through. They'd be very close to each other, and they'd be very close to the properties nearby. And so I'm very concerned about about the potential for wildfires. Also, the increase of the population of this area, an increase of 400, 500 people in the area really increases the chances of wildfires starting. They talk about barbecue pits and communal areas, and I really want to know how, it's people. You can say, oh, we have these policies in our neighborhood or in our complex about fires and things, but you can't prevent fires. They happen. They happen accidentally, they happen intentionally. We had an arsonist setting fires in our neighborhood just earlier this year. And so I'm, on top of the other concerns that our neighbors have brought up, I'm very worried about wildfires and the increase of the impact of wildfires that this potentially has on our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julia Green. Again, stating your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Julia Green. I live at 4601 Lake Mary Road. And I used to live at 4619 Lake Mary Road for over a decade. And as I stated earlier, to answer your question, sorry to speak out of turn, but my house was crushed. My daughter was born there, my son as well. They're turning that lot into a storage facility. And the idea of this high density development going into our special, beautiful, bucolic neighborhood is also crushing. I mean, literally, even where I live now, I'm in the next already zoned, has only presented you the concept plan, but my next house is ironically set to be crushed. When they're ready, I have to leave. But this isn't about me. This is about the neighborhood and the fact that Flagstaff needs to keep their rural areas and protect them. And not only that, but protect their athletes. This town prides itself for people being outdoorsy, and Lake Mary Road is literally famous for cyclists. It's actually like the most popular spot that people, not just from Flagstaff, from all over come and ride their bike. And since I live right there on the road, I hear them. I hear the joggers having their conversations as they're going by. And it's already a high traffic street. Sometimes it takes me a minute to turn out of my driveway. It's not one car per minute. And your math doesn't even add up. That would be like 1.35 cars on the lower time and 1.65 cars. And like someone else stated earlier, traffic doesn't just have this flow of consistency. It just hits. And coming down Lake Mary Road right before you even get to where they're talking about is a hill. And like everyone else has stated, our plowing situation is not great. That hill is very icy. And the idea of more traffic is terrifying with how many more accidents there could be with cyclists, runners, and automotive people. There was just, as someone else stated, somebody just died with a motorcycle accident. And I can't even fathom what that looks like, having our small, quaint, beautiful, sacred little community all of a sudden, like what, quadrupling in size? I mean, I don't quite understand the numbers, but it's a lot. And I think it's honestly laughable that you guys address affordable housing. 20% is a modicum. That's not addressing any issue. And the issue is not a housing crisis. The issue is the exorbitant cost that it costs to live anywhere. And even the affordable housing might not be affordable for somebody who's truly impecunious. So thank you for listening. And I pray that you guys will not let this go through. Things like this need to happen, but not in rural areas. They should be in the city. And there already has been 3 huge developments right in the beginning of Lake Mary Road that's gone in. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Ann Doyle.
Ann Doyle, 2100 East Frontier Avenue, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86005. Greetings, Chair Mandino and crew. Nice to talk to you this evening. I have been researching how the Flagstaff Regional Plan and the rezoning review criteria would support the kind of density proposed by Atlantic Development and Investments. I am by no means an expert and believe that the city has done the research possible for the zone change, including the necessity for sewer, road changes, etc., sidewalks included. The City of Flagstaff Geographical Information System contains many maps I'm sure you are all aware of. The Atlantic Lake Mary Housing Project proposes 20% of the residences will be at an affordable housing rental rate. One of these maps, the Affordable Housing Web Map, shows that the most affordable home programs are located north of J.W. Powell Boulevard, and none are currently south of Powell. There's probably a reason for this, based on existing infrastructure and facilities. In the Flagstaff Affordable Housing Incentives Policy, it states affordable housing shall be allowed where residential uses are allowed in the city. This area, where we live, is currently underserved by pedestrian facilities and a distance from amenities, grocery stores, etc. The Affordable Housing Incentive Policy also states the distance between the permanent transit stop to the development site shall be measured following a continuously improved sidewalk and or a public paved trail. The project includes sidewalks, yes, but not the rest of the half-hour walk to the nearest bus stop. Also mentioned as a requirement in the urban growth boundaries section is that the proposed development must have a bus route located within 1/2 mile of the development by the time 80% of the development is completed. As mentioned, I am not an expert, but I do know that the nearest bus stop is 1.5 miles from our property. Well, the property that is being talked about. This property at the very corner of the urban growth boundary does not seem to currently have the amenities or infrastructure to support a zone change from estate residential to high density residential. I have been a resident of Flagstaff for 29 years. I have lived on Frontier Avenue since 2017, and that's where I want to invest, build, and stay based on the open space, peace, and beauty that the rural nature of the location provides. I love seeing the view of the peaks over the open field that would be Lake Mary housing. I am not opposed to growth, and I do understand the need for housing, especially affordable housing. Perhaps there is an incentive for single-family residential, which would match the character of our current neighborhood. However, this amount of development and density in this unsupported area seems too much. And I would really like to thank you for your time and to thank my neighbors for their thoughtful comments, because they fit all the things that I wanted to say into their 3 minutes too. Thank you.
Thank you. Last up that I have a card for is Sarah Schmitz. Again, a reminder to state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sarah Schmitz, and I live at 4550 Lake Mary Road, right on Lake Mary Road. And I'm happy to be the last one because I get very nervous speaking in front of people. My grandpa is also here with me today. He also owns a home in the neighborhood at 1991 East Chisholm Trail, and he has lived there since 1968. So he has been in the neighborhood for quite some time. Not saying your age or anything. Yeah. I just want to reiterate that I agree with all the points being made, but most importantly, when you guys consider whether you want to rezone or not rezone, I hope you visualize Lake Mary Road. Like someone mentioned earlier, our neighborhood is an island compared to the city. It's not, Lake Mary Road is not an access road to the rest of the city. I'd like for you all to consider who uses that road. Out-of-towners that want to come see the beautiful forest, get out of the heat from Phoenix, see Lake Mary Road, see wildlife, the Olympians and athletes that come from all over the world to use our resources. Just like somebody mentioned earlier, constantly hearing the conversations that these joggers and runners have while they're running around the road is there's not a lot of cars on the road. There's just the open air, the altitude, all the things that they love and enjoy. And I think bringing more people to this area is going to change the feel or the atmosphere. So when you guys are considering whether you want to rezone this area, I'd ask that you visualize what does Lake Mary Road look like past J.W. Powell, and what do we want it to look like? Who do we want coming there? Because like mentioned before, no sidewalks, no bus stops, no gas stations. Once you hit past J.W. Powell and you're going towards town, churches, gas stations, a hotel now. That's all the city, and that's where this should be built. But where we're at in the rural area, that's where people come to see the wildlife, the beautiful, largest ponderosa pine forest that we live in. And so I ask that you can consider the visual that you want Lake Mary Road to have for out-of-towners as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have some online comments. So if you can tell me, or if you can name the people online to go first. And again, they have the 3-minute restriction.
I'm seeing Jill Cooper.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you see the timer? Is there a
No,
way for
I
her
cannot see the timer.
Okay, I don't know how we can.
I can put a timer on so I can just check
Okay, so
myself.
you have 3 minutes. Thank you. And you need to state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jill Cooper and I live at 2140 East Frontier Avenue. And I want to just address a couple things before I make a statement. There's been a couple things said in this meeting, and I just want to check ourselves and make sure we're thinking logically. So one of the comments that's been made is that, that this landscape is being improved. And I just want to say that that is an opinion. As you can hear from all of these neighbors, we do not believe that putting concrete and buildings in this site is actually an improvement, but we do believe there's a way that that can be done in a beautiful way. And so I just want to bring that point up. In addition, there's this thinking that's been expressed around, well, there's another high density residential plot above where we're going to put this mini storage. And I just want to say that that's not actually beneficial to us. Just because there's another high density residential area does not mean that we should change this one to high density residential. It actually could go the other way, where we want to say, hey, let's keep our neighborhoods balanced, and we don't want to add additional high density residential in an area where we're already thinking of building high density residential on the edge of all the services of our city. So I just want to check ourselves on those couple of things. There's also been statements made about the regional plan and how the requirements are met. And I just want to note that those requirements have been met, I would say, at a minimum bar. And I want to talk through a few things in the regional plan for 2030. And just quote, promote growth that protects our scenic beauty and unique ecosystem. The natural environment is a critical foundation on which the region's economy, character, and quality of life rely. Without proactive measures, roads, housing, and commercial buildings can threaten the pristine nature of these areas and diminish many of their positive benefits. So, my perspective as a citizen of the affected community is very clear. We should make sure that this rezoning does not happen, and it should be denied. It does not appear that the historical character or the value of the pristine environment has been taken into account with this proposed plan. We have many people who use this environment for its outdoor nature. So the plan to build a high-density residential 3-story rental property is wildly misaligned with the historical use and the character of the environment that it sits in. In addition, the only benefit that I hear for the community that's been clearly proposed is this additional housing that is not permanent housing. It's temporary housing with 30-day leases. There's been discussion about these sewer issues, and none of that has been resolved. I also want to add that we would love to see some development here of single-family homes that offer opportunities for local residents to buy and become part of our neighborhood and strengthen our communities.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I see Chuck. It looks like he wants to speak as well.
Please remember to state your name and address for the record.
Chuck, we can't hear you. Are you muted?
Is there somebody else that we can go to before Chuck so he can work out his Speaker.
Hold on.
Oh,
Can you,
there you
can you hear
go.
me?
There we
Now
go.
we hear you. Thank
All
you.
right. I am Chuck Sepinen. I live at 2283 East Chisholm Trail. I'm directly across the street from the planned development. And one thing that I haven't heard brought up was impact development fees that typically these types of developers are required of by the city as far as infrastructure with fire, police, school, transportation, school buses, this and that. And in this proposal, there is no such impact fee. And I know that we are already struggling as a city with, particularly fire, having enough engines, having enough trucks, having enough staff on hand. And this goes in conjunction with Mary Elise's statement with the forest fire and adding more tinder. So I would like to see what their proposal was because it doesn't seem to exist in this plan. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Alex, is there anybody else online that wants to make a comment? Is there a hand raised that wasn't put down, or is that? Okay. Okay. So hearing all that, I'd like to go to the commission and see if we have a motion or if there's any other comments or discussion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Jay.
Regarding PZ 21-00213, I move that the Planning and Zoning Commission forward the request to the City Council with a recommendation to deny.
Is there a second?
I second it.
So Mary has made a second to that motion. Now I'll open the floor up for discussion again. Commissioners, do you have any discussion points?
So I think my objection to this, I'm just not convinced this is the right use for the land. I agree that there is a need for it, but the way I see this, this is an unintended consequence of the goal to have affordable housing. And I think what we've seen here is let's use that as a way to get into Flagstaff and develop something that really does not belong in this area. I think this unit, this complex is great in the right area. Lake Mary Road is not it. That's how I see it. And I don't think it's the best use of this land.
Megan?
I agree with Commissioner Sharp and Commissioner Norton, who have both opposed this. I think it's a disservice to people who do qualify for affordable housing to not make sure that there are the resources in place. Again, I mean, it's difficult, but I do think it's the context. I think being in a rural neighborhood and thinking that people who are going to qualify for affordable housing, that this is the best location, I don't agree with that. I think that this would be better suited in a higher resource area.
Thank you. And Commissioner Norton?
Yeah, we talked a lot about the specifics of the proposal, and there's, some components in there that would be out of our purview to continue to discuss. So I would be a no just based on that, because if council did want to rezone this, I think there's a lot of things that are going to be under their jurisdiction to discuss with regard to affordable housing, whether it's 80% AMI or lower, whether it's 20% or more, the energy efficiency levels, things like that. So, I couldn't support it as is. I would hope my no vote would be that I would hope they would continue to have those discussions. Having said that, I don't support it as a rezoning for a couple of reasons, and I'll name my findings. First of all, I'm going to say that finding one is always easy to meet. Our general plan and our regional plan is so full of goals and policies. There is not a single development that can't find goals and policies it'll meet. So I don't give a lot of credence typically to finding number one. In the revisions to our current regional plan, it is being trimmed down, and maybe it'll be more intentional so that we can really hone in on the types of things that we want out of a development and have some merit to finding number one. I'm going to skip to finding number 3 about the infrastructure. The sewer not being resolved is still an issue for me, even though there's a condition that covers it, as well as some of the other infrastructure that's missing in the area, you know, the snow removal issues, the sidewalks, the busing, even cell service, although I know that's not an issue for the city per se. But overall, under condition number 2, where whether it's a positive or a negative to the community, I look at these sorts of things on a more holistic level. And in this little enclave, there's already some high density. There needs to be a mix of zoning. There's a place for estate residential, and this is a good place for it. I think a leap from estate residential to high density is too far of a leap. It's too dense. I might have been in favor if something was being moved to medium density, but I think the high density, where there's already high density in that little enclave, I think it's just too dense for the area. And so there's that balance that concerns me. Also, in a rezoning, it's the only opportunity for the city and this commission, and more certainly for city council, to have any influence over what's developed or how an area gets developed. This is the chance to say yay or nay, this is how we want this area to look. And it's rural out there. I'm familiar with it. I live off of Lake Mary Road in JW Powell. I'm not down south of JW Powell. I'm off of JW Powell, so I am familiar with what goes on and what's being built and how Lake Mary Road looks and feels at different times of the day. The new recreational corridor, the wildlife, Skunk Canyon. I'm familiar with all of that. And I just have respect for the way that this little enclave at the edge of the city looks and feels and what's appropriate in the area. And I don't think a rezoning of this particular property to high density is appropriate.
Thank you. CJ?
Well, I think I'm going to be the odd person out because I think what you said is it's the edge of the city, but it's not going to be the edge of the city long. So I think part of our growth plan is we know it's going to happen. So to make sure that it is good growth. And for them to have spent 2 years on this or more working on some of these things, well, shame on us that we don't have the regional plans and everything already set, so they know they have to come in and do a lot of this legwork and try and figure out, you know, how do you get the sewer out of there if you are going to develop it? Because I think it is going to be developed at some point. So they've done a lot of legwork for us to try and figure this out. I think so many good points were made about the recreational corridor, that the county's already setting up separate pathways. There haven't been that many accidents there. Actually, this is something I always talk about because I have to cross Milton and Butler, which is actually the highest place for accidents right now on bikes. But that's just my own little thing because I cross it every day. The snow removal, I thought was really a valid point. The fact that there aren't infrastructures like buses, but there will be. So, I think we can say, yes, we want to keep things rural, but growth is coming. So it's just trying to do managed growth. And so that's why I would vote to support this.
Bob or Christine, do you want to make any comments?
Madam Chair, since I'm new to this commission, I've been working on development projects both in the private sector and public for many years. And I'm kind of torn between the two. I could hear both sides. From just an initial reaction, this project just seems a little too intense, out of context for some of what's already there, just too big of a leap, pretty much what Commissioner Norton had summarized. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Does Bob want to make a comment or is he online still? So while we're waiting on Bob, I would just say ditto to a lot of what Commissioner Norton said. Also, just the comment about the buses. I've lived here since 1975. There are still no buses that go out to Donny Park, and there are still no buses that go out to Kachina. So, it's talked about a lot. Bus lines are expensive, and they don't have the money to do that. And so I don't see a bus line going out this area in the near future. It would be years upon years that they would probably do so. I think that, again, my thought of affordable housing is along the lines of that most of that affordable housing is going to people who are closer to the 80% of poverty, or the 80% of AMI, thank you, and not in the lower categories. Also, I'm one that has talked many times before here about affordable ownership of property versus rental property. And that's just something that I see that we really need in Flagstaff is affordable ownership of property and not necessarily, and I know that it goes back and forth, but I would look more positively to something that was an ownership of property rather than a rental property. With that, unless Bob has anything else to say, any comments, we can go ahead, Bob.
Yes. Sorry, I've been trying to get my buttons figured out. I just wanted to also throw my hat in there and just state that I will be voting to disapprove based on a couple of factors. I don't feel this does align with the regional plan. There's concerns about pushing to the boundaries of our city limits. This type of project does not go with this type of environment. It's not a good fit. And sorry, I'm drawing a blank here. And I don't feel like it's in the best public interest to rezone this property. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. So if I could Nancy, can you reread the motion? Or Alex, can you reread the motion?
I believe Ian made a motion to recommend to the city council denial of the request.
Thank you.
And I would say probably based on not meeting the findings.
Not meeting the findings. Thank you. So I'm going to ask all those in favor of the motion to send this to city council to deny the request. Say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say
Nay.
nay. And Alex, we don't need, because this was a motion, we don't, okay, thank you. So that will move to City Hall, to City Council. Thank you all for coming. And then if you'd like to stay, we still have more on the agenda. So we will move to, do we want everybody to, okay, if you'll make your way out and come and talk to each other outside in the hall. If everyone would make their way out and talk to each other outside. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I would like to move to item B, public hearing PZ 2400149, which is a conditional use permit for single-family high occupancy housing development at 2961 South Solitaires Canyon Drive. Is that right? Do you feel lonely all of a sudden? I'm sorry.
A little, yeah. I don't know if I can follow that act, but I don't know if my applicant they were attending virtually. Daniel Eastburn, are you on the Teams?
I know he was on earlier
Okay,
and I'm not seeing him right now, but we can move ahead
okay. With,
without him.
okay. Are we all ready? Excellent. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Dustin Stifler. I'm the Associate Planner with the current planning team here at the city. Before you this evening is a request for a single-family high occupancy housing development conditional use permit, PZ 2400149 at 2961 South Solitaires Canyon Drive. A little bit of context and background. The proposal is to construct a 5,375 square foot single-family residence, which has 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. And the 5 bathrooms is the reason we are here before you tonight, because that does trigger the single-family high occupancy housing development requirement for a conditional use permit. So tonight, the request is for that conditional use permit to allow a single-family high occupancy housing development in the single-family residential R1 zone. On the screen, you will see the proposed site plan. This will be a 2-story, 5,375 square foot house located in Pine Canyon. This is the incorrect. Sorry. I put the incorrect floor plans, but there are 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. This is for the next CUP that I'll be presenting for you. Yes. But to be able to support a conditional use permit and the approval of one, the applicant and the project does need to meet a number of findings. The first one being that the conditional use is consistent with the objectives outlined in the zoning code and the specific purpose of the specific zone. With this being in the single-family residential R1 zone, this area is intended for single-family residential development. And so the proposed project is a single-family residence. Furthermore, the R1 zone does allow for high occupancy housing developments with the granting of a conditional use permit. And the reason for that is to protect the uses that are allowed by right, which may be incompatible with high occupancy housing projects. The second finding is that the conditional use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, that it is operated in compliance with this permit. There's no unanticipated noise, smoke, odor, dust, vibration, or other illumination impacts. No known hazard of explosion, contamination, fire, or flood, and no unusual volume of character of traffic. If this project is developed in accordance with the city code standards and requirements, it should not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. The third finding is broken down into a number of different categories, which in the following slides I'll explain as to how this project meets those findings. The first will be excess traffic and circulation. The site is accessed via Southwood. That is also incorrect. It's not South Woodlands Hills Drive. It is South Solitaires Canyon Drive. I did actually update this while we were in the previous item, but I did not bring it to this computer. So I apologize. Furthermore, there's no traffic impact analysis needed because this is a single private residence. And the biggest thing and the largest reason behind the need for CUP is the issue of parking. For high occupancy housing developments, one off-street parking space per bedroom is required. This development will have adequate space. That should say 5 parking spaces because there's 5 bedrooms. I believe this project has two-car garages and ample driveway space. Adequacy of site, open space, and resource protection. Pine Canyon as a whole is within the resource protection overlay. And the proposed project, why is this all incorrect? I am so sorry. The project will be built within the building envelope set forth on the final plat for the Pine Canyon subdivision. And no tree resources will be removed that are outside of that building envelope. Noise, light, visual, and other pollutants, it's not anticipated that those will be created with this use on this site, and the site is well maintained. Styling and siting of structures in relationship to the surrounding neighborhood, the architectural style, colors, and materials are all within what is currently existing within the Pine Canyon subdivision. Landscaping and screening. Landscaping does not apply to single-family residences within Flagstaff. And the impact on public utilities. The project intends to connect to the existing city sewer and water services that are already throughout Pine Canyon, and no off-site improvements are required to support this use. Lastly, signage and outdoor lighting. There's no signage proposed as part of this use, and all single-family homes are required to meet the dark sky compliance outdoor lighting standards outlined in the current zoning code. Dedication and development of streets. No dedication or development of public streets is required. All of that was handled at the time the subdivision was platted, and there are no impacts to cultural resources that have been identified. Extra findings, the heritage preservation. This project is not subject to that, so this criterion is not applicable, nor does the transit finding is that applicable to this project. Public participation plan. All conditional use permits are required to notify neighbors within 300 feet of the subject site. The applicant did so via a mailing notification instead of a in-person neighborhood meeting. There was also a notification mailed to those same property owners within 300 feet about this public hearing, and both times a sign was posted at the property to notify passersby of the application and the hearing. Additionally, staff had notification run in the Arizona Daily Sun on Saturday, October 5th, to notify further of this public hearing. Staff received only one call. This is very embarrassing that this is incorrect. And staff did not receive a call, but the applicant did receive a call, and the applicant was asked what builder they were using, and the applicant is not only the designer of this project, but also the builder of the project as well. So with all of those mistakes, I apologize, but our staff recommendation is in accordance with the findings. Staff recommends the Planning and Zoning Commission approve conditional use permit PZ 2400149, I believe. I don't believe this is, okay. With the following condition, that the development of the site shall substantially conform to the plans as presented with the conditional use permit application.
So I will ask a question. One of my questions is, and I haven't asked this before, but these usually come up at Pine Canyon, right? Or some other, I think we've approved some other areas, but Pine Canyon for the most part. Does Pine Canyon also go over all these plans with when there's private residence built in Pine Canyon? Just a question I have.
I believe that Pine Canyon has a kind of internal design review board that they review all the designs of homes.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's why I figured that most residents don't have anything to ever say other than, oh, who's your builder? It's the only one that's the first question I think we've had on one of these. So, does anybody else have any comments or questions? Would you like to make a motion, Mary?
I will move that we, in accordance with the findings, we recommend approval, or we recommend approval of the conditional use permit for single-family high-occupancy housing at 2961 Solitaires Canyon Drive, PZ 2400149.
In accordance, did you say in accordance with the findings and with the conditions?
And with the conditions
Yes.
presented.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. And seconded. Any questions or comments at this point? Now that we have a motion? Okay, I'll move to the vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you.
And then I guess you'll be standing up there for PZ 240064, which is a conditional use permit for single-family high occupancy housing development at 5015 East Lake Country Road.
Correct. And my applicant is joining us virtually, Jordan Greenman of Greenman Law. And I believe after my presentation, they also have a presentation as well. So again, I'm before you with the request for another high occupancy housing single-family development conditional use permit, this time at 5015 East Lake Country Road. The project number is PZ 2400064. This is located in the Continental Country Club Estate subdivision. This is an existing home that has undergone or will undergo an addition and remodel. The home was originally built in 1985. With the changes in remodel, the home will now have 11 bedrooms and 11 bathrooms, which with this change does require them to come before you to request a conditional use permit. Contrary to the last CUP, this one is actually in the rural residential zone, not the R1 zone. But like the R1 zone, the RR zone does allow for high occupancy housing with the granting of a conditional use permit. As I mentioned, this is going to be a remodel of an existing 3-story home and will ultimately be 17,413 square feet. The site is, I believe, approximately 1.46 acres. This project was sort of involved in another home renovation that previously had building permits. They held off on adding this 11th bathroom and I believe bedroom, the associated bedrooms. To do this all last. So we are using already submitted building plans, but on the right, you will see the new floor plan where they are converting what is currently a dining room into a new bedroom with ensuite bathroom. Again, this findings.
Can you tell us what is the square footage of the home now and how many bedrooms and baths it currently has?
I believe they currently have 10 bedrooms. I'm not exactly sure the number of bathrooms. I believe it's also 10 bathrooms with 2 half baths, but please correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan.
That is correct, if you can hear me.
So currently it has 10 bathrooms with 2 half bathrooms. Okay, thank you.
I believe I don't know that it was built originally with 10 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms, but all of those modifications were done prior to the adoption of our high occupancy housing ordinance.
Were all those additions permitted?
As far as I know, yes.
Has that been
Yes.
checked upon?
Yes,
those-
Honorable Chairman Dino, yes.
Thank you.
Do you know the existing square footage, Jordan?
Off the top of my head, I do not. I know the proposed remodel will expand the home to 17,413 square feet. I know it is a minor remodel that pushes us right over this threshold of the HOH up to 11 and 11 with 2 half baths. So it is a minor change that unfortunately pushes us into this high occupancy housing threshold.
Thank you. The first finding, again, is that the conditional use is consistent with the objectives of the zoning code and the purpose of the specific zone. Again, this is in the rural residential zone, and our zoning code outlines that as to be areas of the city appropriate for both housing and limited agricultural uses that preserve the area's rural character. Again, this is going to be largely single-family homes on larger pieces of property. This project does fall within that category. And the primary reason for this conditional use permit is to protect the rights or protect the uses that are allowed by right by the protect the uses that are allowed by right by which may be incompatible with high occupancy housing. Sorry. The second finding, again, is that it won't be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. This is an existing home. They are adding another bedroom and bathroom, but it's, again, not anticipated that there's going to be any inconsistency or any unanticipated noise, smoke, odor, dust, vibration, or illumination, any hazards of explosions or fires, or any unusual volume or character of traffic. And that is because this does have to be permitted. If it's developed in accordance with city code standards and requirements, the project should not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. Characteristics are reasonably compatible with uses permitted in the surrounding area. This again is broken down to a number of different categories. The first being access to and the traffic and circulation. The access is via East Lake Country Road. There is not a traffic analysis that is required. And because of this high occupancy housing requirement, each bedroom has to have a parking space. The zoning code does limit that up to 8 spaces. So even though there are 11 bedrooms, I believe that they have, I'd have to look at it again, but I think they have 6 garage spaces and a large driveway to be able to accommodate those 8 parking spaces.
We do, sorry to cut you off there, Dustin, we do have substantial parking. If I were to guess, we probably have 12 parking spaces within the confines of the property outside of the front yard setback.
Excellent. This area of Flagstaff is not within the resource protection overlay, so there are no resource protection standards that have to be met. It will not exceed the allowed lot coverage of the rural residential zone because that does have to be met per zoning code. Noise, light, visual, and other pollutants. It's not anticipated that this site will create any undue noise, visual, or other pollutants in the area. Again, this is already an existing large home. They are adding 1 more bedroom and 1 more bathroom, but this is intended to continue to be a single-family residence. Styling and siting of the structures in relationship to the surrounding neighborhood. The plans for this project are going to be consistent with the existing materials of the residence. Landscaping and screening, again, landscaping does not apply to single-family residences. And the impact on public utilities, the home is already hooked into the existing city sewer and water services, and there's no other off-site improvements that would be necessary to support this use. No signage is proposed as part of this use, and again, all development within Flagstaff, all residential development must meet a outdoor lighting standard. No dedication or development of public streets is required. All of that was done at the time that Continental Country Club was platted, and there are no impacts to cultural resources that have been identified. Again, heritage preservation does not apply to this project, nor does the transit requirement. Again, this applicant did have to notify neighbors within 300 feet of the subject property. They did so via mailer. They did that. This did the same for to notify of this public hearing, and both times the sign or a sign was posted on the property to inform passersby. I also had a notification ad run in the Arizona Daily Sun on October 5th as well to notify the public of this hearing. I did receive one call at the beginning of the project when the first sign was installed from a fellow Lake Country Road resident. They were confused about what the sign and the application meant. I think they saw the word zone and just thought that it was going to be a rezone. I did explain to them that it had nothing to do with a rezone, that it was essentially getting special permission to have a certain number of bedrooms and bathrooms. But by the end of the call, they understood the project and the permitting process and public hearing process. And with that, in accordance with the findings, staff recommends that Planning and Zoning Commission approve conditional use permit PZ 24000064 with the following condition: that the development of the site shall substantially conform to the plans as presented with the conditional use permit application.
So I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Okay, so I looked up on Zillow, but the current square footage is listed as 16,000 square feet. So this would be adding, what is that, 1,413 square feet. So not 1,000, yeah, 1,113 square feet, which seems like a really big bedroom and bathroom. And it says that it's currently 10 bedrooms, says 14 baths, but I never rely on Zillow for bathrooms numbers. They're often wrong. I have a question. To me, the closest, it's on 4.16 acres. So 300 feet would there be any neighbors at 300 feet?
I believe I was able to determine that there was a list of
2, 3 neighbors.
There is a number of property owners that they did notify.
Okay.
So
And then,
even if we went further than 300 feet, that's never, that's not bad.
I would like to ask the current, I don't know if that you're the owner or representing the owner, but what is the house currently used for with 10 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Chairman Dino, and I will introduce myself. Jordan Greenman with Greenman Law Firm, located at 1621 West Willetta Street, Phoenix, Arizona 85007. I'm here on behalf today of Jim Hebitz and his family. Honorable Chair, this is a family home. The owner of this parcel was originally from the Phoenix area, has retired to Flagstaff, and he has several children and grandchildren that he wanted to create a family home for. Jim will be living in this house full time, and as his kids and grandchildren come to visit, he wanted to create a substantial home for them to come and visit with ample space. Originally, this was a 10-bedroom house to our knowledge. At some point in time, it has changed hands. I wouldn't believe the Zillow listing, but we are proposing an 11-bed, 11-bath with 2 half baths. So that is the final count that we're going to be looking at. It is a 17,400 square foot home. It does sit on a 64,000 square foot lot. So it is on a substantial lot. We notified, if I were to estimate, Honorable Chair, I would say we notified probably 10 to 15 residents nearby. The lot lines in this area, there are several to the southwest of the parcel itself, right where North Lake Hills Drive meets East Lake Country Drive. So we did it in accordance with City of Flagstaff's requirements. The only thing we heard as we did 2 cycles and we posted the sign up front was from Dustin that someone just had a general question about what the procedures were. We've heard no complaints. We've heard no opposition in any direction, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. My concern was whether or not it was being used for short-term rentals because,
Absolutely not, Honorable Chair.
thank you very much. Mary?
Yeah, thank you. I had to dig because on Arizona Daily Sun, because I had actually seen the notice and it caught my eye because I thought it was the 11 bedrooms, 11 bath, and I thought that I had seen an original, bedroom and bath count, but I've pulled up the public notice and I see that wasn't the case. It was probably just 11 bedrooms that caught my eye. Um, and I'm glad to hear about the intended usage by the owner and his extended family. Is there a couple of questions on something like this? Does a CUP end with the sale of the home? So like if this gentleman was to sell his home and he's selling an 11 bedroom, 11 bath house, could it therefore become, the negative intention of why we have an HOH, you know, overlay on such a house of this size? And maybe also, is there an HOA that covers this country club area that would be the guardrails for that? I think we're always very comfortable approving high occupancy housing things that come to us in Pine Canyon because we know that's not what's going to happen to that home. What's the assurance for this type of a house in this location?
So I think for your first question, are you wondering if the CUP transfers to a new owner? Yes, so I believe CUPs run with the land. They run with the land and for that specific use. Um,
And then is there a HOA that would be the guardrails there?
So from the city perspective, we can't enforce any HOA restrictions. So we can only enforce zoning code. Beyond that, it is up to the applicant and the homeowner to have these designs reviewed by the homeowners association if that is a requirement of the community. But as city staff, we are unable to require that.
I think what I'm considering, like, worst case scenario, the house sells, it becomes a short-term rental with 11 bedrooms and 11 baths, it becomes a problem in the community. What recourse does the community or the city have for a problem property?
So with CUPs and all other temporary use permits, it does allow, written in the actual use permit, the city is allowed to review that over time. So if we do hear of any undue noise, traffic, that sort of thing, that is a basis for revocation of the use permit. Am I correct?
Yes, but I think it's also important to note that the whole point behind a conditional use permit for high occupancy housing is try and mitigate concerns of houses of that size. And the findings do not include any discussion of short-term rentals, and we are precluded because of state law that we can't control that. So I feel like we're on the edge here. That even if someone were to come and say, I'm developing this house, it's going to be used for a short-term rental, that alone would not be enough to not meet the findings and to deny that conditional use permit.
Are there any other questions for staff? Because I think we have another presentation, is that right?
I believe, is that correct, Jordan?
No, based on our discussion, Dustin, and your hard work, we omitted the presentation, especially after the long night that Planning Commission is having. We're happy to move forward with your recommendation and after your assistance, Dustin. Thank you so much for all of your help.
So thank you. And I looked at the city map and there is a residence that's really close by. So I think they'd complain if they, so they're within a couple 100 feet or less. So I see that. And if there's any other comments or questions, then I'll go to if anybody has a motion, and I see CJ reaching. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve PZ 240064 with the condition that the development of the site substantially conform to the plans as presented with the conditional use permit application.
And with the findings?
And with the findings.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Megan. Are there any questions or discussion over the motion? Hearing none, I will go to the vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
I didn't hear a vote from Bob.
I didn't either, so I didn't know if he was still on.
Aye.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, that
That
passed
was for the
unanimously.
affirmative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are, oh, somebody new tonight. Okay, so now we are at item D, PZ 24409, subdivision process, city code, title 11, text amendment. Tiffany.
Thank you so much. And I'm gonna try to go through this as quickly as possible. And I know that we have somebody online who has comments and concerns in regards to this particular application. I do want to thank you all so much. Sorry I had to run out of here. My family was in a car accident.
Oh,
They're
no.
all okay. Everybody is fine. They're recuperating, but wasn't what I had anticipated or expected. So I'm really grateful to Wesley and Alex for filling in for me. And let's get going. So the subdivision process code amendment. So this is really an amendment to Title 11, which is actually not the zoning code itself. So I just wanted to make sure you were all aware of that. Technically, we're not even required to bring this code amendment to you, but because it's so integral to what you all do and what you normally see, we did feel that it was really important to bring this before you for review. And as we continue to make more changes to the subdivision code over time, which I would really view this as the first half of subdivision code changes. We'll be bringing those through you so you can see. The second half will really be focusing on subdivision design. So this first half is just process. The text amendment is based off of recent state statute. The state statute does not require us to make these amendments. There are but a few municipalities who have taken advantage of it, though, and the hubbub that I'm getting from my sources is that the state legislature is sort of seeing that as a disappointment. So we're liable to see more legislation with that forceful must get this done by certain dates. This one, however, was not written that way, but I think the surprise is that a lot of municipalities haven't really jumped on it as quickly. And really what this does is it specifically states that cities can process subdivision plats as administrative reviews. The good news about that and why that's really important is because subdivisions are really ministerial in nature. Subdivisions are really that division of land, and if they're in compliance with the code, then that subdivision really needs to be approved. They're not discretionary items the same way as, say, a rezoning case is. So I know over time, having brought subdivision plats, I mean, we used to have a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission who would deny plats on the regular because there wasn't enough space at the landfill. And, so that would be a frequent comment, right? So definitely those are the kinds of things that put staff in a difficult position when we know that these processes are more ministerial. It also puts a lot of effort on the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council to review something and hear something that really is administrative in nature. So what does this do? So we basically took the subdivision code and we collapsed a lot of different sections. So there was a separate section for preliminary plats, a separate section for final plats, for modified plats, all of these different pieces. we took all of those and rolled them under the general category of subdivision procedures and requirements. So when you look at the marked up copy of this amendment is really ugly because a lot of alls I'm doing is just reorganizing the text. I'm not changing as much as you might think. The first section that does get changed is a change to the modified subdivision process. And again, this is just the process. So currently we only allow a modified subdivision up to 4. This would allow a modified subdivision up to 10 lots. What a modified subdivision process does is just allows you to skip the preliminary plat. So all of the same subdivision requirements for 10 lots are the same as they were before. It's just we eliminate the preliminary plat process. Additionally, we vetted what we have been requiring for preliminary plats. We have been in the past requiring title reports. Well, none of us are surveyors. So I don't know if you've been through a title report and read all of those dedications and easements and how tiring and cumbersome that can be. We've switched all of that and we've now are asking for basically ALTA surveys or basically maps of dedication. So we can all visibly see it. This really first came up when we were looking at the hospital property because there were so many encumbrances on that site. It would have been impossible for any one of us as a staff member to review that as part of a title report. So we've switched from title reports to these ALTA surveys. And then the notice of right to appeal, we are required by state law to do to let our applicants know that they have the right to appeal an exaction. We've called out some very specific project narrative requirements. We added Mountain Line as our public transit operator to the list of agencies that need to be consulted on subdivision plats. And basically, we revised the preliminary plat review and approval process to allow for administrative approvals. The only time a preliminary plat would be reviewed by any entity is when when there's some kind of modification or separation from the standards. And that includes the use of the planned residential development option, which is a clustering tool that allows you to create smaller lots. When you set aside some open space, it allows you to create alternate setbacks. But we also have sometimes from time to time engineering modifications, which are approved by the city engineer. When those modifications or PRD standards are utilized, those preliminary plats will go to council and only council. And they will only be reviewed in terms of those modifications or PRD standards. The entire plat will not be reviewed by council. Moving forward, the reason why we elected to do that at preliminary plat is because the next step in the subdivision process is to do civil or engineering plans, which is a huge cost to a subdivider. And so you really wouldn't want them to move forward in the process without being assured that they had those modifications approved. The next step is final plat. Instead, so we require now a closure report. We don't have a city surveyor. We did a long time ago. We don't. So we need a closure report from the surveyor and engineer doing that particular plat. It works better when plats close. Long story if you don't know what I'm talking about, but it's very helpful when the mathematical boundaries of a subdivision all work out. It doesn't always work out. We ask that a registered survey also provide a signed and seal certification that there are no conflicting encumbrances. This is something that's all kind of caught us at one point in our time in our career on a project when some easement or some thing popped out. I mean, there was one subdivision that had some old standard on it from like 1929, right? So there's all these little things. And so we just want assurance as the staff because we are not title agents and we are not taking on that responsibility for the developer, that the developer has, they have dealt with all of the encumbrances and all of those other property rights that might be on the site. We do add specific language about dedications. Over the last couple of years, internally, we have developed standard dedication language. Forever and a day, we were doing subdivision plats and all of the dedication languages were all over the place, which makes it very difficult to then use those properties according to their dedications when the language isn't perfect, right? The one thing you know as a planner is that words matter, and how we state those words very much matters. So we have standardized our dedication language. The code now reflects that language, which is not specifically listed in code, primarily so we can amend it more regularly and change that document, but the code at least references it. Lastly, we also changed the final plat review and approval process to an administrative review. And we have provided additional requirements for the final plat recordation. It is important to note that all of the dedications on a plat, the things that are being dedicated to the city, such as right-of-ways, no matter what, have to be accepted by city council. So we will be coming up, it looks like preliminary plats and final plats are still going to council, but it'll just be the dedications that go to council and then are accepted. Next up on the list of changes is previously this section of code had a master development plan, and that master development plan really was to help us deal with the phasing of a very large land area into smaller chunks or smaller subdivisions. Unfortunately, the development master plan was not a great tool because it didn't give any assurances. It didn't grant any entitlements, and it didn't set anything in stone for the developers, and it actually cost a lot of money. So with this, we've changed that process over to a master block plat. And so you're seeing these larger areas get broken down into master block plats, which allows us to phase them over time. And that's the primary tool, is really phasing a large piece of land and breaking it down and allowing a developer to sort of process it piece by piece, but still making sure that each and every one of the little individual subdivisions is really meeting its own standards individually. Timber Sky, Canyon del Rio, these are developments that you've already seen, and you've continued to see the smaller subdivisions throughout. Again, we modify the subdivision process to allow that 10 lots through that modified subdivision process. And we overall have deleted the requirement for concept plat. So concept plat was always administrative, didn't go through. So we're really streamlining the process here, which is a lot of the feedback that we've gotten from developers and the public in terms of how long it can take us to process a subdivision plat overall. The next step is previously the code did not include great provisions for plat amendments. If you wanted to amend your plat, it was basically starting from the beginning and doing it all over again. So to change or modify a plat was the same process as creating a plat. And clearly that's not a great process. I will tell you that since you saw this amendment, there has been a change to this language. And so I know that we have a commenter who's going to talk to you specifically about this language. I believe you had a letter forwarded to you. So based on their initial comments, I worked with our own legal staff and did reviews of some other codes and came up with something that we felt was more workable, wouldn't mean that one property owner could necessarily hold up the situation for everybody else. I know that there are still concerns about the language that we have and how we've framed that. So if you want me to go over that language specifically with you, I have that here. Lastly, under land splits or combination procedures, we just clarified that there is a requirement to connect a lot through a lot split to city water and sewer when city water and sewer is available. So we do definitely have situations where we don't have water and sewer in the vicinity. It would be unproportional for that one homeowner to bring a sewer line out to their property. And so in those instances, we'll work with those one-offs with either hauling water, a well, or septic. But For example, if you took a larger lot that was already in a subdivision and you wanted to subdivide that, we want to make sure that that new lot has the same thing that every lot got when it was subdivided, which means that water and sewer tap is provided. So the findings for, I just basically, there's not a finding for city code amendments. I just included the same findings for zoning code amendments. We're basically just following that same process. So we held it through the same lens. This really is compatible with the regional plan. Again, it's just about creating greater flexibility in development standards and processes. The amendments are not anticipated to be detrimental to the public interest. And then lastly, the amendment is internally consistent. And staff is recommending the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to City Council approval of the City Code text amendment. And if you'd like, I could go through your question. Yep, that's it.
Then I do have a couple of questions. And maybe this is my mix up right now. What would this do to what we heard tonight? Would it do anything to what we heard tonight from changing something from rural residential to high density with a plat?
No.
So that would still come to planning and zoning?
Yes,
Something like that.
rezonings, zoning map amendments. Are
Right.
discretionary items. We are actually not even touching the zoning code with this amendment.
Okay, so that was, again, because you had mentioned something when you started presenting about like the hospital, and I was like,
Oh,
The-
I'm sorry. The hospital had a subdivision plat with it.
correct.
Sorry.
So what would this do to an item like if the hospital comes up, something like the hospital comes up again where it's got,
The hospital still required a rezoning and a specific plan, which would still be heard. So there were multiple cases, right? So there was a specific plan, there was a rezoning, there was a regional plan amendment. They also had a subdivision plat.
right? So if the subdivision plat got approved by city staff
Mhm.
and was in the works already, and then the hospital comes and said, well, we're already building, this is our land, and so
So
how would that
a subdivision plat does not approve construction. It does not change zoning. It does not it cannot allocate land uses that are outside of the zoning that is used at the time when the subdivision plat is approved. So
So in the case of the hospital, they were out at rural residential, right?
Mhm.
And they were going to medium density, is that right? Or
no, they were going to highway commercial with
highway
some,
commercial,
yeah.
that's right.
There were actually multiple zoning districts, but for the most part, it was highway commercial. There was a piece of high density residential. But the plat itself, the property could be subdivided according to that plat under the rural residential zone.
Does anybody else have any questions for staff? Mary?
I just wanted to revisit, I did ask about this when we had our work session on it, the master development plan
Mhm.
versus the master block plat. And I guess I understand the shortcomings of the way it was. I guess my question is, I'm looking for assurances. Do you feel that the master block plat system is our best assurance of having some forward planning for larger parcels? Like I'm thinking state land where there's nothing on them yet. There's not a master and like Canyon Del Rio and Juniper Point and such. So does a master block plat allow us the assurance that everything is going to work together in the end as far as like, open space and foots trails and
Yes.
roads and
Because right now, a master block plat isn't required. And so if you have a large area of land that is going to be phased over time in terms of development, it will require a master block plat. So I see development now where, where we're trying to just subdivide generally without going through this master block plat process. And it does create questions and concerns so this creates a more definitive process, but it also grants some level of entitlement to the developer as well. So there's assurance on both sides.
Any other questions from? Yes, Christine.
I just have one comment. After processing many, many plats in my career, I think this is a great step forward. And to this day, I never knew why they had to go for like council and planning commission approval, because you can't get it approved without meeting all the criteria. So I think this is a great step in the right direction. Thank you.
And I honestly don't think that Arizona revised statutes ever said that they had to go. We've all just been doing it, like all of us throughout the state have all just been doing it for forever. It is dedications that have to be accepted by city council. So I think it just made it easier for all of us to come up with these processes. But the statute was never really clear, but now it's definitively clear that we don't have to take them. There are other things too that don't have that statute change that don't have to go to P and Z and council anymore either, but we don't take any of those items. Some communities, every site plan gets reviewed through its planning and zoning commission, and we do not do that. Yeah. You would be tired of us in an instant.
Okay. Mary?
I just had one other question on the item that might be discussed in comment about the replatting change. Most replats obviously are done in the middle of it all being built and right, they're coming in for a revision, correct? So usually there would be very few owners involved. Is that my assumption correct?
Not always. I
So you're
mean,
talking about if like half the subdivision was built out already or something, that
correct
could involve all of those other owners.
Correct. So, I mean, I think, let me see if I can pull something up for you to be more specific. So this is Ponderosa Trails, right? And this is their community park. This was dedicated to the city, but these other pieces are not. They're owned by, well, that one is. Let me find one there's one over here. For example, it's owned by the HOA, right? So if, say, somebody accidentally built over their property line, when that happens and you work with your neighbor to talk about, you work with your neighbor, you might acquire land from your neighbor. Due to that, you stepped over the line. It happens more than you would think it does. Say it happens on an open space tract that's owned by the homeowners association. The point of this replat language, I'm going to pull it up here really quickly. I have to scroll. I will make it bigger. I tried to do my presentation bigger too. The situation with replats, I mean, and if honestly nobody has purchased or purchased, then this shouldn't be an issue, right? If the developer still has control of most of the lots, it won't be an issue. But if something were to come up and you have a large landholder group, the idea here is that, sorry, don't look, I'm gonna make you dizzy. Here we go. So there's two different types of plat amendments. One is just a certificate of correction. You got a Scrivener's error. We can just record a letter and have a great day. We didn't even have that process before. The next step is replat. So this is any request to vacate, alter, or amend some or all of a recorded subdivision plat that does not include a certificate of correction, a boundary adjustment. So this is what happens a lot of times in subdivisions. Two property owners, they build their houses, there's a vacant lot in the middle, they decide to buy it and they split it and they want to share half of that lot. That's a boundary adjustment, right? So they're adjusting the boundaries of their lots. You're not creating a new lot, none of that good stuff. Abandonment or a vacation of public rights of way or a reversion to acre. All of these things have separate standards in the subdivision code. And so that's why they're called out specifically. So what the replat would require is somebody needs to petition, so the city could petition potentially, but any fee owner of property lying within the recorded subdivision can also petition to vacate. Um, Whatever land of the subdivision that's going to be involved, those people, we need to have their signatures. They need to be in that petition. So if it's just 3 or 4 lots, or maybe the developer had a tract for future development, something along those lines, that needs to be amended or changed, those are the people who are going to sign the petition. It's C that is the one that that there's an issue with, and that is if the land described in the petition is owned in common for the benefit of all other fee owners within the subdivision boundaries, then the signatures of each owner within the subdivision plat shall be provided unless individual representatives are elected through basically the CCNRs. So CCNRs can grant permission to the homeowners association to sign that plat, but essentially what we're talking about is if somebody decides to basically take out what was a tract for open space or amenities, maybe the HOA has decided they don't want to maintain the amenities anymore, right? They don't want to pay for it. If the HOA is the allowed signature for through the CCNRs, they can do that. Otherwise, everybody in the subdivision has got to agree to change. They want to get rid of those amenities and sell it off as a new lot. There needs to be somebody who is going to change, be able to sign in that plat. The next issue is on replats. In a situation where there is going to be a replat and say it's just a smaller portion that's going to go through that process, we're proposing that the replat, that at least all of the owners within the subdivision plat be noticed, and they be given 15 days to basically file an objection. And if they file an objection, then that replat would not be administratively approved. It would go to city council. So that would take that onus off of city staff of changing something where we already have property owners involved in the subdivision plat. And it does happen from time to time where we hear concerns. The biggest ones, honestly, are where subdivision plats have already designated tracks for future roadways and they didn't have the roadway built and they come in to build the roadway. That's not even a replat, but just when they go to build the road, that's a huge one, right? So we've listened to the conversation between Presidio and Boulder Point multiple times at city council because that road was supposed to open at a certain time and then it opens and people see a whole different level of traffic and transportation and it causes community. I mean, and I'm going to tell you, I'm a planner, so I love connectivity and I would like to have all of the roads connect and all of the neighborhoods sing Kumbaya together. So that is my story. And with that, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Okay, does anybody, yes, CJ?
So the letter we got was in relation to what you were just talking about?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I just have a question. Can you give us prompt, this process of having all these people in a subdivision be noticed? If, in your example, if this road was platted to eventually connect to
That was a bad example because that
Okay.
wouldn't be a replat, right?
right, it would, and that's why they shouldn't be notified.
They
because
wouldn't, in that case, they wouldn't be notified, but
They
they'll
would have
find out
already been
anyway.
notified
Yeah.
with their purchase. So I guess I'm trying to understand
So
too, why create this?
we recently had a subdivision plat that had an open space tract and the developer still owned lots on either side of that tract. They ended up acquiring land outside of that subdivision that then they wanted to connect a road through. So they were changing that tract from open space to a right-of-way tract, even though it was a private right-of-way tract, and they were amending the boundaries of the two lots.
So was the open space zoned open space
No.
or was it part?
It was just designated as open space on the plat.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? And then, do we want to go to, is it Is it Lindsay that's online?
Yes. Chair, it is. It's Lindsay Shuby. And I apologize. I'm not going to put my camera on. I'm suffering from a head cold. You know, it gets below 100 down in Arizona and we're down in Phoenix and we're wimps and we get a head cold. So I apologize. I'm keeping my camera off for the benefit of all of us. But I hope